he does not understand what we are saying, or he only listens to the voices in his head. The second thing is that he does not have a heart of human being, but he has a heart of properties. Every question that was asked, he would deflect and go into protecting properties, even when he's given a chance to even share condolences and even speak to the mothers and the families. And I think I also realized that he is completely out of touch to even say that the child that was shot with 8 bullets, sprayed with 8 bullets, asking that he's alive. I realized he is somebody who is actually completely out of touch. The other thing that I picked from there is that he is going to bring the finance bill back. I don't think he understood. He does not believe that anything needs to be changed. And finally, the other thing that I picked is that I think there was some level of arrogance and some level of thinking that is the only smart person who can communicate, who can tell people. Because 2 instances, Hillary, there's one point he said that if he was out there explaining, then this could have passed. And very lastly, because I know there will be a lot of discussion today, very lastly, Hillary, is the point where he said, I am the one to solve this country. He actually believes, I think there's somebody talking on that.
I don't know. I don't. Mwanga,
Okay,
just
okay.
wait.
So lastly, Hillary, so that you can jump in, is the point where he believes that he's the savior of Kenya. I'm the only one. I'm the one to solve this problem. I'm the savior. I'm the one to do this. I mean, there were quite a number of key highlights as I listened to it. That every time I was cringing and saying, God, how did we get here? How did we even elect somebody who does not even have empathy, even feeling the pain of people? Like, that was heartless. I cannot even believe it. He was given an opportunity maybe to come out as a human being, but we saw what we saw on Tuesday. That is the real president. Ruto, back to you.
Thank you so much, Jason, for your sentiment on that. And thank you guys for joining. When you open up your mic, make sure that when somebody's talking, don't open your mic, because you'll bring more confusion to the speaker. That one will be our conversation will not be constructive. So thank you so much, guys, again for joining. For sure, Dr. is coming in the next few minutes. It was held in a meeting, but at 11:30 joining. If then Risasi, how are you doing? If Otieno, how are you?
Hey guys, can you hear me, Hillary?
Very well, very well.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is my first time to speak on this space or any Twitter space, X space, and I'm really impressed. First of all, I want to echo what Jason said about the speech. That speech just made my blood to boil. Like when Ruto, actually, I'll not call him the president. Miguna told us yesterday he doesn't deserve to be called a president. And please, guys, on this forum, let's not call him the president or Honorable Ruto. His name is Ruto, you know. And my blood really boiled when he was told about the kid who was shot 12 times, and he asked, is he alive? That means that in Kenya, just being alive enough is okay. Like, to him, as long as we're alive, like, being alive is okay in Kenya. Anything else is a privilege. Drinking water is a privilege. Breathing is as long as we're alive, that's okay. And then as we joined this space today, yesterday I listened to Miguna very cleanly. I was very impressed with how articulate he was. I was very impressed with how he was putting forward his points. I was very impressed with how patient he was, especially when people kept on asking the same questions he had said before. So I just want to remind us, guys, of what he told us yesterday. Let us focus. Let us not talk about what we need to do to redo the constitution or form an IEBC. Let us focus on what Miguna told us, and let us let go of fear. You know, I really learned a lot from listening to him yesterday, because it's fear that's holding people back, and this fear has been instilled on us from the days of Moi. You know, it's something that is ingrained in us, but we are seeing Gen Zs coming out and they're being fearless. I remember my small sister, when she was a kid, she's like 20 right now, and one time she was being disciplined and she told us, nitaenda kwa polisi. We were like, what, where did you get this? So, and she likes saying things like, I know my rights, and you're like, okay, who taught you your rights? So these people, they're a new breed, and let us not have fear. Let us get out tomorrow and go and let our voices be heard. And please, please, let us not divert. Take this movement as someone who is leaving work from the office and going home. Your focus is to reach home, but on the way home, there are many hurdles. You'll get a traffic light, you'll be stopped by the police, there'll be traffic jam, but at the end of the day, you'll get home. So let's not focus on sideshows. Let's be very focused on what we must do tomorrow. Let's come out in numbers. They cannot kill 10 million people, like Miguna says. They cannot kill 10 million people. Another thing, um, let us not quote what Ruto is saying, because anytime he opens his mouth, he's a liar. Ruto wants to become the next Museveni. Museveni is his role model. He wants to become the next Museveni. That's why he hangs around Museveni so much. So, guys, let us focus on what we are supposed to do tomorrow. Let us avoid the side shows. And when Miguna comes, or anybody who's advising us, please take note and avoid asking questions over and over again. Let us take note and be focused. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eve, for that contribution. Yes, we're gonna be there for a long time today.
Time today. Crisis onge maduong.
We don't that way. I've said very well that it is important to. That's why we have these emojis. Carry up your hands. You can laugh. You can do anything. If you do that, then uh, our conversation will not be making sense, and we'll be wasting a lot of time being here. So we don't want to waste anybody's time. We want everybody to speak, and we want everybody to be free. And our topic is about Ruto's interview yesterday and why tomorrow's demonstration is the ultimate battle for Kenyans or for Kenya. Um, that's what we are focusing on today, and I want to show you Dr. Miguna is coming in the next few minutes to articulate all this, and also to continue with what we were saying. Maybe some of us didn't understand what he was explaining yesterday, but he will be here and he'll be talking about all those things so that we can understand it well. Risasi, Kingsman, before you, Risasi, Paul, Kingsman, can you hear me now? Are you okay?
Yes, Hilary, I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you so much. Risasi, go ahead.
Thanks, Hilary. And this is very well timely, given that we are having a demonstration tomorrow. So I think the energy that Miguna injected in the space yesterday was good. And I'm hoping to have a similar experience today. So turning to Mr. Ruto's interview yesterday, clearly I saw a man who was living in denial. He couldn't accept the magnitude or the extent of havoc the state militia in the name of police have caused to peacefully demonstrating civilians. And it took him roughly 4 minutes and around 40 seconds to accept that a kid was shot. That tells you the kind of man we are dealing with. One thing I noticed about him is he's somebody who, I don't know, by design or deliberately, hasn't experienced the ugly side of the police, and therefore it was hard for him to understand that police are the biggest tool of violence in protest. And he couldn't admit that. To him, the focus was on property, a non-existent property. I don't know what kind of property Mr. Ruto was talking about yesterday, saying that was destroyed by criminals. And I don't know his obsession with criminals. We know he has a criminal record, so he thinks that for everyone to exist should have a criminal record like him. So that is something I couldn't understand from his interview yesterday. One thing that was so much disgusting was his constant bravado on how he is the one to solve Kenyan's problem. He's posting himself as this silver bullet that will solve all our problems. And that is something that is fundamentally wrong with the man. everything revolves around him. He's talking about how he's the man to fix the country, how he is the man who knows the right thing for us. I mean, even if you're a doctor and you want to treat a patient, if the patient doesn't like you, it doesn't matter whether you have got huge doses of vaccine or huge doses of prescription to the patient. If they don't like you, they don't like you. Why are you forcing yourself to treat us? If you have a problem and you're saying, no, Mr. Ruto, you are not the right person to treat us, why is he forcing himself on us? I don't like the man. I don't like his attitude. The guy is, as he always says, I think he's the one who is a criminal. He should not be quick to label people criminal. But that is the kind of man we are dealing with. So be wary of him. I'm hoping that that anger will still go on until tomorrow. Thanks, Hilary, and for the space.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Risasi, for that contribution. Thank you everyone for joining again. Yep, Daktari is joining in the next few minutes. He said that he's busy, but he surely he want to join this one to at least to speak with people like maybe 2 hours. That's why we had really opened it a little bit early, but we'll be here for a while today. I don't know who's going to come. Tomaso, Alia before Tomaso. Alia, how are you? Actually, Ndunge.
Yes, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm good. So me, I will be very quick and today is I'm talking about yesterday Ruto's interview. It was for me. It was very bad to see it as a Kenyan president. It was very bad. So me, I'm speaking in Saudi Arabia, and kitu naongelea sana ni story yake. Alisema yeye jana ndiye ameleta watu wengi, story ya watu kuja Saudi Arabia, Qatar. Yeye ndiye ameorganize sana watu wakuje huko. And the way nilikuwa nasikiza hivyo, I felt so bad because this man doesn't know how much we are suffering over here. We work almost 16 hours a day. We don't eat properly. It's not good for us. Other countries like Indonesia, Philippines, they're getting a lot of money and we're working in the same place, the same hours. But unapata Filipino is getting around 60,000-70,000. Us Kenyans, we are getting 29,000, 30,000. We are working over 16 hours. So come out, this man, he can't even speak to the government of Saudi or other government for us Kenyans to get at least a little, tuongezwe mshahara kidogo ama something as sort. And mtu ndiye anasema ametusaidia. He's lying. We are really suffering over here. We are working a lot. And seeing this, ukituma hata pesa Kenya, we are being taxed over here. Still, ukituma pesa Kenya, it's still inakuwa tax. We are getting, I don't know how to explain myself over this, but Ruto, whatever is doing, he must go on. He must. I wish I was in Kenya right now, ningekuwa wa kwanza kwa maandamano. Whatever he was saying yesterday, it was very bad, very, very bad. And huyo sio mtu mwenye mnaweza wa trust. Mnaweza mtrust. We can't trust Ruto. Ruto must go home completely without saying anything, without hata kuja na sympathy, akuje na nini, we don't want him. He must go. So for me, I will say thank you so much for this opportunity. That's what hiyo ndio naweza sema. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tomaso, are you here? It's Kingsman. Now you can
Yes.
run it.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Tomaso.
Great. I'll be very quick in my submission because I know we have a lot of people that would like to speak. I'll speak a little bit, then drop my mic. In yesterday's speech, I saw a lot of inconsistency, and there's a philosopher who says that if you want to say a lie that's close to the truth. But this guy was saying lies everywhere, and there is an MP who mentioned, he's called Ngeno. He said that he was the last person to leave Parliament, and he looked at the boys coming in, and the young guys that were coming in, they had a flag and a phone. But this gentleman was telling us that people came in, broke in, went to the armory, and you look at inconsistency in what he's saying, my friend. I think we are heading the wrong direction. Secondly, there's something that he said. Let me tell you something about if actually a human being, you need to be very remorseful in whatever way you're supposed to be very remorseful, and arrogancy and trying to play victim and being very defensive will not help. He had an opportunity to a little bit redeem himself. But he actually
Tomaso, you have an internet issue.
thwarted every.
Tomaso, you have internet issues. I don't know. Can you hear him? Can you hear him, Kingsman? Can you hear him? I can't
No,
hear
I
him.
can't
No,
hear
no,
him. I
no.
think he has a network problem. Tomaso,
Tomaso, you can check your internet, then you
check
come
on
back.
your. I think Mwangeka, you can go as we wait for Tomaso to fix his mic.
Mwangeka, your hand is up. Kasim.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello.
sir.
Did you get me?
Yes.
Yeah, mi nataka kuchangia kuhusu ile interview ya president ya jana. Mtu mwenye namshabikia sana kwanza. Eric Latif alimuuliza maswali mazuri sana yenye alimshinda kujibu. President mzima hujui hata country yako vile inaendelea. Ukianza kusema huko kwa parliament kulikuwa kuna watu walibrere kwa kaingia kwa amari, was he there venye alikuwa anauliza mwingine? Na ingekuwa hivyo si tungeonyeshwa hata na watu wa news vile ilikuwa. But yeye anaongea tu vitu zenye haziko kufurahisha watu na kufurahisha ulimwengu na kuconvince watu uongo yake yenye amezoea. I'm very bitter about him. Thank you.
Right, Kingsman.
Mine is first of all is I like to appreciate everyone that has come on to the space. And maybe I'll keep on contributing on what happened yesterday based on the contributions that are coming in from our listeners and the speakers of the day. But to what Risasi Bandia has said, I think currently we are at a position whereby you even sympathize with the man. The man needs to be saved from himself because he's living in a utopia kind of a way, because he's not even living to the fact that are on the ground. You see, these people in the first place, there was a rumor that was going around in the streets when these people won the election in 2022. They were never prepared to be in government. Them, from the beginning, they knew that whatever they are doing, at best, whatever they could have achieved was to be in opposition. So this whole KK people being in government was something that they were never prepared of. Because you're like, boss, everyone in the street is agitated. There are mothers whom we are seeing clips every day. They are crying. They are looking for their kids. They are missing kids. And then, and these are kids. Some are not even 20 years. Some are 17 years old. They are not even very small kids. So already the whole country knows that we're in a somber mode. People are agitated. People are mourning. People are sad. So I expected, even if, because he's a very good pretender, he's a very good actor. You saw when they were sworn in with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2013, him and the wife were crying at Kasarani. The other day, he was also crying at his deputy president's residence when he won the election. I don't know when they were being prayed for. So he's a very good actor. Yesterday, I expected the first thing that he could have done is to start by crying, even if aeke maji kwa macho, ama aeke pilipili, alia hata kama ni 3 minutes. And then now we'll be like, okay, at least this guy now he's remorseful. Because that is what Kenyans want. Kenyans want a remorseful leader. A remorseful leader is, even Moi never used to shoot kids. Even by the way, people are talking about it, I don't know. No, this guy is, hey, Moi afadhali. This guy is Hitler is apprentice to Ruto. Eh? Even Hitler is like, where this man is even on another level. Because remember, Hitler loved Germans. Hitler never killed his own people. But this guy does not give a fuck whether when in Kenya, as long as anything that is a threat to power, for him not to be the president tomorrow or the day after, he will get you, my friend. Even yesterday when they were asking about the abduction of Keter, you could see there he was saying that is a normal police arrest. Una arrest mse kwa church, inje mnamvuruta kwa gari. Someone who is known by everyone. Why can't you fucking summon him? Yeah? Hadi unaona akona watoi wake, akona family, and then the president is like, but that is the police, you see. Anyway guys, tuendelee, tutaongea mengi, but this guy is just a disappointment. Huyu ni ule mtu mwenye you give him money, you just tell him don't come to my exam room, umesha fail, get your F or whatever. Me, I do not even want you to comment on don't even do anything on my paper. So tuendelee conversation.
Yeah, thank you so much, Kingsman. I want to inform our listeners that Dr. Miguna is joining us in the next couple of minutes, and there's the main guest today again. We want to hear his views again today. Yesterday he talked about a lot of things, those who were here present, and today we want to chime in again to explain maybe some areas that we didn't understand yesterday, and also we're going to talk about the interview, the Ruto's interview. But what is our views on the same? What is our views, Ruto's interview yesterday? For those who watch, if you not, you can listen to it. It is all over. It's on YouTube, everywhere. You can go check it and hear what he was saying, and does it make sense? And also, why tomorrow's demonstration is the ultimate battle for Kenyans, or the ultimate solve for Kenyans. So those are that we want to check on. And if you have anything, you can post your questions, or if you have a time, you can also ask a mic so that we can have a conversation. Always keep it constructive, keep it live, and keep it direct to the point. That is very key for us to, at least yesterday we had more than 7,000 people wanted to talk, but we could have not managed, man. I have like 3,000 messages. I've not even gone through all of them. I'm still checking. Then we will have a feedback from Dr. Miguna himself. Otherwise, thank you so much, Kingsman, for that, and everybody who is joining. Let us keep it that way, and don't complain too much. Yesterday, people were complaining, "Oh, give me a mic, give me a mic." Man, sometimes also it's not easy for us, because we tried our best, and that's why when yesterday we were giving people 2 minutes at least to everybody to have a chance to speak. But we are very sorry. We'll try our best today to make sure that everybody, whoever want a mic, and make sure don't repeat the same question, don't repeat the same thing that somebody just said. At least give more direction. What is way forward? That's what was the main conversation that we had yesterday. So today we are looking at the interview and also the tomorrow's demonstrations. Thank you so much again for joining. Elena Yugi, now can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, go ahead.
Kwanza kabisa wacha niseme pole kwa wale walipoteza maisha yao. Tumesema pole sana. Secondly, tunataka kushukuru daktari mwenyewe kusimama na sisi wakati kama huu. We appreciate him so much. Mimi niko tuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kusema. Nilijaribu jana sikupata nafasi, leo umenipea nafasi, nimeshukuru. Kuna wale watu waliumia. Kama kuna kijana mwingine anaitwa Frank Okot, nilimuona kwa Citizen TV. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza wale watu walikuwa responsible kwa zile pesa tulikuwa tunachanga. Mbona hawakushughulikia watu kama hawa jameni? Mtu anatolewa hospitali because of 40, I think 46,000 na kuna risasi 6 kwa mili anarudisha kwa nyumba. So please can you ufanye ufuatilie mambo kama hiyo, ufuatilie mambo ya hiyo pesa, tujue hizo watu wanapata matibabu waje. Alafu tena hapa Homa Bay pia kuna watu wengine waliumia bado wako hospitali, kuna wengine walikufa. I don't know kama wao pia wanaweza shughulikiwa. Lakini we appreciating you so much kwa ile kitu jambo unatufanyia kutuelimisha, kutumama na sisi, alafu na kutu encourage. Hapa Homa Bay tuko gangari and tomorrow tuko kwa street kama kawaida. Even though polisi wamemwaga hapa kabisa wengi sana sasa hivi wanatembea kwa street, but hatuogopi, tutasimama maandamano, tutaenda. Mimi sio Gen Z, mimi I'm 42 years old now, but nitawajoin kabisa. Kijana yangu akapo Nairobi anasoma, nilimwambia aende na bado nilimwambia kesho pia aende, so tuko pamoja na tutakuwa pamoja. Asante sana kwa nafasi.
Asante sana Yuki for that. And actually tunashukuru sana kwa moyo huu ambao uko nayo, na unaona kwamba ni vizuri tusukume hiki kitu, na asante sana kwa kusema kwamba Homa Bay tunapata ripoti pia. Tunataka kupata leo, tunapata ripoti kote sisi Nairobi watu kwa gangari, tunaona watu kwa gangari, Kiambu naona watu kwa gangari, we are getting all the reports, Mombasa watu kwa gangari, kila mahali Homa Bay tunapata kwamba gangari. Hiyo ni sawa. Shujaa, watu ongee hivyo hapa, watu ongee hivyo.
Shujaa, raise up your hand bana, inua mkono.
Wacha
nimeinua iza juu.
Funga hiyo mic.
Rules of the house. Before you speak, please, on your far right, there is a heart plus there where you can choose an emoji. So there is one whereby you showing a raised arm. So you raise your arm, and then now you can be able to speak, so that we are coherent and we are also tukue na nini, tukue like in let it be a civilized kind of a conversation whereby you do not interrupt the other speaker. And if it is also possible, we do lead questions. You contribute on whatever you want after the other speaker, so that the conversation goes. We have continuity of whatever we are doing. So please, everyone, whoever who wants to speak, inua mkono, you'll get your mic. You'll get your mic. We are here. Today tunalala hapa kwa space. The country means a lot. This country, what we want, and for me, I want to declare this. Maybe there are people who are here like, oh, maybe these people are here, they want positions, they want what? I simply want a country where things work. I want a country where a president does not tell us that he's looking for opportunities abroad. Ever imagine if someone in the UK, someone in the US, your own like Joe Biden or Trump or whoever is telling them that I'm getting you opportunities to go work in China. People, we have resources. We have one of the best countries in the world. We have everything. We have beaches. We can even make our own Dubai in Garissa or northern part of the country. There is everything in this country, name it. So the only thing that we want is a country that works, where public service is not about people going to enrich themselves. If you want to enrich yourself, please kuja ushindane na sisi hapa kwa hustle, tuchape real entrepreneurship. Come and beat us here in the real hustle. But if you are going for a public office, tafadhali, go and work for the people that have taken there. We want humble leaders. We do not want Baraza shot someone. This other madman from Gatondo shot another person the other day. They even fly all the way from Nairobi to Kiambu to go and shoot someone. So those are the kind of leaders that we are getting. We even need to interrogate these people. So for me, it's about public service, and we have wrong people in each and every place in this. That is why the police are rogue, the courts are rogue, everyone in this country, and people who are in public spaces, people are bad because even Ruto is a reflection of our society. Watu walichagua Ruto cause walikuwa wanajua sasa this is a person once he gets to power tutaanza kufanya madeal, tutaiba, tutafanya nini, we'll get shady deals, watu wa wash wenye wanakuanga hapo nyuma. So this conversation about him yesterday is just people are like realizing okay. I've just called someone whom I was to meet today. So I asked him if we can meet tomorrow. He told me, no, you know what, boss, tomorrow me and my kids, we are going to the streets. Me and my 2 daughters will be on the street. And that is someone who is like, I think 60, 62 years old. So people are fed up. And tomorrow we must show up. And Ruto is just, for me, is just, he's maybe, he's an iota of the whole thing. Our political system and the whole thing is so rotten. People are looking at politics as an opportunity to go and enrich themselves, and not as a place where the way someone goes and studies medicine for 6 years cause akona passion ya kusaidia watu. That is what politics should be. You should, when you come out of politics, inafaa tukuchangie do hata tuende tukubaie hao as wananchi for the good work that you've done, not the other way around, that you come here, you are like second to Dangote, and there is no industry that you've built. You do not have a public record of being in business, but you are this rich. That is why they are able to go to fundraisers and throw 20 million here, 20 million there, because si uchungu hawajatafuta. They just pick. You hustle, you have loans, banks zinakufuata, auctioneers on your back, but other people here, you just see them flaunting opulence everywhere. Wakona do, but you know deep down hawajafanya kazi. That is what inauma kila mtu. That is, someone sold fake fertilizer. They came to parliament sniffing fertilizer kama madogi. Ati now that was the committee for agriculture. Watu wananusa fertilizer and wanasema hapana iko sawa. Really? What the fuck? We do not have we disband this thing. We do not have a country here. Tuanze vizuri. We do not have a country here. Kina Karen Nyamu. Those are and every day they are posting because they know that they cannot be held accountable. We need, ukisikia there is a public position or maybe a re-election somewhere, unakimbia mbio. You do not want to be close to that place because you know once you get there, we will strip you naked, tutakuanika na all the wrongs that you've done, especially on embezzlement. They'll come to light. So guys, let's keep the fire burning. Whoever wants the mic, inua mkono, tutakupatia opportunity ya kuongea.
Sawa. Shuja, I saw your hand sometimes. Shuja, go ahead, man.
Is that Shuja or me?
I said Shuja. Or you change your name. Shuja, your hands was up, man. Ama ulishikwa na baridi ukaenda bwana, kesho demonstration usishikwa na baridi, tulisema tuzime uzime mic. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka tukodio, yani tukue na mkutano nzuri. Ndio maana tulikuwa tunakuomba ya kwamba uweke ufunge tu mic alafu tutakupatia. Okay, Jason, you want to say something? I think Suja is still
Yeah, I think when we started, I'd already highlighted some of the the things that stood out for me in the course of that interview. And again, one I have to keep repeating is that that's the most heartless interview that I've ever watched from a head of state, and somebody who is completely out of touch. But I just thought, Hillary, I needed to add one more thing that I probably didn't mention out of the 5 that I mentioned, and it's the the way he conflicted his deputy. I don't know if you caught that, because that was really significant, because it was brought to his attention that for sure the deputy has come out and said that there's been abductions and extrajudicial killings and all that. And he denied, but denying is not what really struck me the most, but it's the point where he said that I am the head of the state. I'm the president. I'm the one who speaks on behalf of the state. Now that was really significant because it really was trying to communicate that whatever the deputy said, he's not the president. He's not the boss. So you have to take from the boss, not the other person out there. And that really, in my opinion, does it got to a point where people will seem to believe Rigathi more than than now. Really, can you did you ever imagine that we will get to a point that we can imagine that Rigathi is a good person? Like when you Rigathi is better than you actually really the worst of the worst because you know what Rigathi has been doing and all this time. But when it came out yesterday in that particular, statement, it really struck me because Rigathi has said things that we have seen openly. People have been abducted. We have people that are missing. We have seen people being shot at and dying, and like really bodies falling down in front of our eyes. And that really made me realize that this person, he's completely out of touch. But number two, there is actually some war going on. And that kind of war is what I'm thinking that coupled with the kind of movement that is happening, whether Gen Z, all of us and everything, that kind of trouble coupled with this kind of movement is one thing that is likely to bring Ruto down. And for me, looking at his demeanor, looking at his, the way he looked, it looked like somebody under siege. It looked like somebody who has been cornered. And now he's out there to try to give a bold face and look like he knows it all and all that. And I thought that was something of worth noting. And finally, Hillary, I want to say this, that even as we talk about the momentum and the movement, I think it's important that this message, we continue making it clear that we gave you time, 2 years. People were patient and everything. Right now, time is up. So we are taking back our country in a very constitutional way. And the reason we are doing that is because you have failed, but not only failing, but you don't seem to understand. Let me underscore something about the finance bill. Even if he talked about he removed some things from the finance bill, one of the things that has troubled me is that the mindset that put those things there. I'm not even concerned about what you removed and what the amendment and everything, but somebody from the onset who even had the thought and the mind of putting them there. That is the kind of people who are leading us. That is actually a demonstration of incompetence, even before we talk about dialogue. Because how do you even get there? Who is advising you? So I think that's what I'm saying, that we do not have a president. We just have a person that maybe is obsessed with wealth and property, and he wants to take pride by probably at one point being the richest man in Africa or wherever. And that is what he's chasing. He's not here to lead. And we must stand up to him.
Okay, Jason, thank you so much. Guys, how many people have problem with internet? How many people have problem to hear us? How many people have problem or struggling to hear us? Can I see by the show of hands? Can you have us clearly? Most of those people who are not a speaker. Can you hear us, guys? Can I have thumbs up or thumbs down? Because Dr. is joining in few minutes. I don't know whether can you hear me? Can you hear, guys? The space is okay or is not okay?
It's very okay to me, I think.
Right. I don't know. Some people I see are saying that they're struggling. We want to be sure this is okay, because when the speaker joined, We want to know that is audible enough, everything is okay, kila kitu iko sawa. Kwa hivyo sasa, when you have a problem with the internet, kama ni sisi wote, then we don't have we can start a new one. Haina dhambi, lakini kama tunaweza sikia pia ni sawa, we can continue the same. Kwa hivyo asanteni sana basi. Nimeona Dakwilo, how are you? How are you doing?
Hey, I'm fine. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah, you very well.
Okay. So I've been listening to spaces since the Maandamano thing started, and I'd like to say sorry to all those who lost their lives. We didn't expect that it will come this far. Okay, the first Maandamano was fun. There was a lot of things, but the last week Tuesday one was just wild. So I'm sorry to everybody who lost their loved ones. So what I would like to say is from time to time we have been listening to Ruto's speech, and we are like, okay, why is this guy like talking like this? Why do you want to take people outside Kenya and all? Okay, I personally I am an athlete. I am an esports athlete. So I'd like to say that the first time we went outside to represent the country, we met Babu Owino, and he told us actually there is no money. But the next time we hear that there is Talanta Hela, it's giving people money to do what? So again, I'm looking at just the Ministry of Sports. Looking at the Ministry of Education, from top to bottom, it's collapsed. From like the head of the ministry doesn't understand what is going on with education. The CBC is just another thing. I'm a teacher, by the way, and for CBC today, this topic is this one, tomorrow it's different. So every day it's like you're changing the syllabus. The syllabus is different every term. Now I have to teach 3 subjects, and that's not even something that is realistic. So coming down to what I'm saying, besides even the political part of it, every ministry is just not working. And for me, the biggest one is education, because it's the most impactful. If you look at principals in Nairobi, they drive big cars, they are stealing. That's why every person wants to be promoted and come to Nairobi to steal public funds in, it's just, I don't know how we can do it so that when somebody is being given the ministry, let the person like have a background of like that knowledge. For sports, give people who have been in sports, have been athletes, and have mastered that aspect. For education, there are a lot of professors. Like you tell me in Kenya, there is nobody who can just make a system that is working for education for everybody. Like, yes, so it's a lot. There's a lot happening, but I hope that as we speak, we can come up with solutions of how we can put the right people to do that work. How can somebody sell a good manifesto that can fix a lot of things that are happening wrong? Anyway, thank you for giving me the speaking whatever, and I hope that Kenya will be great and we will fix a lot of things.
Thank you so much, Willow. Thank you so much for your contribution, and thank you for at least mentioning the key areas that you see there's a problem. You see, you went for the money, there was no money. The following day, there's money for the other people. Education center, transport center, so many things are happening that we can talk about. Did you hear, Willow, before I give a mic, did you hear the interview yesterday?
Yes, I did. I heard that he said even the child who had 6 bullets is alive. He even denied her own child, Charlene Ruto. And actually, by the way, speaking about Charlene Ruto, I've met a lot of politicians selling. I have been telling them, esports is the future, but people just look at me. So those guys literally don't understand the internet, no offense. So waki make it into space, it will be I don't know.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Uh, K20 254 Media. How are you doing? You've been quiet, man. Guys, if you're on speaker, I give you a mic. You don't seems that you want to respond, then we'll go to another person, then we drop you because there's so many. I already have 100 requests. So it means that I'll drop you to give other people space. Jefta, go ahead. Kingsman, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. I think there are
These
people
other
who are
guys are
having
not.
problems with
Okay. Shuja, are you here? Shuja, are you around?
On my end, they look like
Right.
the people you have called on listener mode. I don't think they have a speaker.
There is Wanjiro, Gideoni, there is Winnie, Oiriga. Winnie, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear.
If you have
Right.
something to contribute, please go. Because I see you requested the mic.
Oh, yeah, I did. So I'll just touch on what exactly I had in the interview that was hosted yesterday. So what I heard yesterday was a misplaced focus of priorities. Basically, more of a don't care perspective on issues that matter and closely sit with the people. One thing that I was asking myself is that it does not and it should not take a second thought to understand that it hurts when there is loss of life. And during that interview, you could actually see that it was clearly a non-issue to him, the fact that the police can actually drive 8 bullets on a 12-year-old kid, and that should be a non-issue. Look at his responses on delicate matters of the state. Those were very wanting. Look at his response around corruption. Those responses were very vague. Talking about accountability. Questions around accountability, those were clearly being evaded for all we care. He kept talking about making the police independent. All right, okay. Was he trying to shift blames? Was he trying to say that the police body acted independently without instructions that were tied to him? We are asking for accountability, something his government has failed to provide and even think of offering us in the near future. So a vote of no confidence for this government and its entirety goes without saying that it is very much needed at this point. We cannot negotiate for freedom. We cannot negotiate for life. We cannot negotiate for jobs that are rightfully supposed to be given to young youths. Since we cannot sell out our country, then he has to go. Nothing about his regime is working for the people that it's supposed to serve. So, touching on the demos that are actually going to hold tomorrow, these demos are for us to say that we have had enough. We want a change, and you are clearly not the change that we are looking for. The voice of the people has spoken, and we are reclaiming back the power that we have donated to him as someone that we were entrusting to lead our country into something greater. We are not seeing that in him. He is not giving us that. His cabinet, his team is not giving us that. Look at how people are lavishing money that is actually being given from taxpayers' pockets. We are not taking it. Let the people stand up. Let their voices be heard. And we are hitting the streets. We are demanding to be heard. We are not asking to be heard. We are demanding to be heard. We don't want amendments. Let them reject that. We are not standing up for the voice that is oppressing the people anymore. So I think this is ripe. This is the time. Let this anger sit with the people. Let's realize that this is what we actually need. We need a change. Let the anger boil within the people, because it is time that we realize we need a better government. We need jobs. We need people in the space that talk their mind. We need people who can speak up for their rights. We don't need cowards anymore. So thank you so much. Back to you, host.
Thank you so much, Winnie. I hear the zeal that you have. Thank you so much, guys, for joining. Yeah, we are trying to um, make our conversation rotate around the interview and tomorrow's demonstrations. What is your views and with what is happening on the ground, and let us be as much as we can focus and whatever is happening around. That's our conversation. I want to confirm now that Dr. is joining us in 20 minutes. He's joining us in the next 20 minutes. That is will be 7:30 Kenya time. He's joining. Then invite more people. He's joining and he will be here with us around 2.5 hours, and then we'll continue doing conversation ourselves. Okay. Uh, Kingsman, who is sure, and nimekuona world, nimekuona hapo Kosgei, go ahead, then sure, then world. I don't know, this is world
I think
news.
if unaweza drop now that you've spoken, and Winnie as well, so that also the limit of people who can be on a speaker only 13. So once you've spoken, you can drop the mic, and then you can request later if you have a rejoinder or a rebuttal.
How do you drop the mic?
Okay, let me help you. Remove. Okay, done. I'll help you on that, and then Winnie as well. So I see World News. Hillary, who was before World News? I think we just started him now.
Kosgei was here. Kosgei is here, and then world news, then sure.
Kosgei, tuambie mambo kwa ground iko vipi? What are people saying? What are their reactions from yesterday madness? From an interview that was done by a robot, from someone who does not have touch with the ground. He does not have a touch with the people. He is not. Him. What matters to him most is brick and mortar. Mumevunja parliament, mumevunja county council, mumevunja sijui ofisi ya chief justice, na hizo ni vitu hatuwezi mevunja. We've lost 2 point something billion. Sasa hata huo mtoto huyo mwenye amepigwa risasi hakupigwa na risasi, achana na huyo hata kwanza hajakufa. So please, we want reactions. If you didn't want to go to maandamano, when uonekane uonekane tu Kenya anataka ni property is what he was voted in by. Properties made him the president of Kenya. So Kosgei, twende.
Jamaa lalala bwana. World news twende. Kosgei anaingia baadaye.
Thank you very much. My name is Cosmas from Makueni. I'm about to reach Machakos Junction, coming over for tomorrow. And I watched last night, and I just mentioned one small thing that really shocked me. When he was asked about why the armed forces is in the street, he asked, so, ningefanya nini? What should I have done? Sasa ningefanya nini? And I think that's alone. It tells you that the guy has no clue, because there was something that he was supposed to do long time ago. He should have listened. That's what he was supposed to do. Now, why? I want to give you a small thing that happened when I was young. There is this guy who used to bully us. And so one time we ganged up all the small boys from the village, and we went to look for him. And then he came with his mother, and he was hiding behind the mother and just peeping and seeing where looking at us. But when we realized he was urinating on himself, we just left him alone. So this guy is just hiding behind the military to stay there maybe for the rest of the term. But once you ask the way forward, myself, having been in the fight with Moi as a student, the best thing is not to give up. Guys should not just give up, because if you give up, the guy will come back with a lot of force. So thank you very much, guys, and we'll be waiting for other people to come and we hear what they are saying. Asante sana.
Asante. Asante.
Mm,
Yes, Kingston, go
Asante,
ahead.
good
Go ahead.
sentiment. Yeah, Shuja, you were speaking, and then I think you had a network problem. You can share your sentiments and your reaction about yesterday's interview, the round table by the president.
Hi guys, how are
Shuja,
you?
yeah,
Um,
hi, we can hear you.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much for the opportunity. Yesterday, I was on the road. I couldn't speak. Sorry for that. My only reservation is about yesterday's. Can you keep quiet? Yesterday's presser. I think it was ill-advised of him. He is called.
Ongelesha mtoto polepole, unaongea kama Ruto, unatishia watoto. Hey,
Sorry about
be
that.
gentle, bwana Shuja.
Sorry about that. So I was saying, yesterday, Mr. President squandered an opportunity to try to heal the people's hearts. He came out with the proclivities and propensity of a dictator, which in the current democracy we cannot tolerate or we cannot live with. So to me, I think the pressure must be maintained. The pressure must be doubled for him to realize that this is not a joke and this is not a game that he can play around with, so that the force that is coming should be able to bring him down. So my point or my 2 cents is just to encourage people that tomorrow we need to come out in large numbers. We need to send the message clear and strongly to him that Kenya is ready and ripe for change. Thank you, gentlemen and ladies.
Thank you, Shuja. Thank you so much. Now usiongeleshe mtoto mtoto hivyo bwana. Sasa hapa wewe umekuja tena, umeanza kurali watoto tena, na hao ndio alpha wanataka
Iza.
Ni sawa, ni sawa. Usiongeleshe alpha hivyo bwana. Alpha lazima waongeleshwe vizuri ili wasikugonge kwa nyumba. Unajua watu wanaweza unasikia jamaa alisema hapa wali jam wakaenda kwa jamaa mwingine mpaka akaanza kukojoa. Hata wewe unaweza kojoa kwako bwana. Wanjiru, say hi to these guys, then we go to Shua.
Habari Wazalendo. How are you? Thank you very much for joining this space. So my name is Wanjiro. Hata mimi ni mzalendo. Yes, yesterday's Ruto's interview gave me rage times 100, and we thank him for that bad decision, which played very well into our hands. We are all fired up. Looking forward to tomorrow. As you can see, we want to talk about yesterday's interview. Dr. Miguna is going to join us in a bit. But I also want to ask all of you to please share this link on all your profiles. And I've also added the hashtag Ruto must go. Yeah, we look forward to hosting you today. I've just joined in. I am in a different time zone, but I am listening and I will be doing a lot of the writing in the background. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ajiru. Yeah, that will be good. Then we'll retweet what you're writing, what people are saying. All right. Thank you for taking that role, and thank you for joining us now. Yep, it is at 12 minutes to 7:30 Kenyan time. Then that time, Dr. is coming in. Then we'll start our conversation. So when you have this opportunity, it is important also to lay your questions. If you have questions, we are taking questions that maybe you would like to ask Dr. Miguna, because today will stay with us 2.5 hours. Then he has some commitment again at night. Sure, go ahead.
Can everyone hear me?
Very clear.
Okay, so I watched yesterday's interview, and I have a few observations I made. So yesterday was a very nice. The president had a very nice platform to at least say sorry for what happened and to soften our hearts. But instead, he He used the entire time to criticize and call us criminals. He wasn't sorry for what happened, and he sided with the police. So it was a very bad thing, and this guy is not remorseful and is never going to change. So this is the only time we have to actually chase this person away, even from office and from Kenya. Not fit to be president. He is not fit to lead this country. So tomorrow, I'm asking you guys to come out in large numbers so that we tell the world what we send him a message.
Sure. I think, I don't know. There's something about your name.
What?
Check your mic, man.
But I think you've already made your sentiment. There's a problem with your audio. It's coming out.
Can everyone now hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Don't use the earphone. Oh, it dropped.
I actually dropped him. Ustazi Hussein. Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, thank you, guys. And concerning the yesterday's round table, am I audible first of all?
Like mic yako iko Githurai na wewe uko.
Okay, now am I audible?
I think, are you on earphones or
No, I'm not on earphones.
Yeah, now then get closer to your microphone.
Okay, how about now?
You're good, man. You're good.
Okay, now this is what I have to say about the yesterday's roundtable interview of the president. And first of all, the president had no apology, and it is clear that he has no solution for this country. And I think the main issue of this country right now is corruption. Without solving corruption issue, then it means the president has no agenda for the country going forward. And I think this force of Gen Z will going to change this country. And I wish we had this Gen Z movement in 2022's election. We could have had a better choice right now. My suggestion is that, I don't want to speak much, is that we need to have this Gen Z force in 2027. We need to save this Gen Z for 2027, and the people will try to dismantle this Gen Z, and there will be an equal force to fight this Gen Z. And I want to request this movement to be intact, so that come 2027, we will have a preferred candidate or a political movement whereby we can have a government that can be held accountable and can work for the people. Yeah, that's my take. Thank you.
Kingsman, no longer. I can't hear you. Wanjiru, can you hear Kingsman?
No, I'm not talking. Let's give the mic to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Joshua, go ahead. Joshua Opio. All right, you're still struggling. Elijah Shingi, can you hear me? Okay. Brief scoop.
VP Hillary,
Salama.
hi Wanjiro, hi Kingsman.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Niko salama. Energized. And I don't know who was saying, I think it might have been Wanjiro who was saying that Ruto was misguided to speak, but no, or whoever it was, it might or not have been Wanjiro. Whoever it was that said he was misguided, absolutely not. I'm very glad that he did, because we need to see the real man. And yesterday's interview showed the real man. Kenyans need to understand who or what we are dealing with. And what we are dealing with, That's he showed it. When under pressure, he shows who he is. So all of that other good PR, because akona PR at Masazake, all of that other good PR that he's managed in the past, it's all gone out the window because the man who called Kenyans criminals on at the first address on Tuesday was the same man sitting there that showed zero remorse for loss of life, zero remorse, even when asked about a child. His question was so completely, yani mtu ako completely out of touch with what a Kenyan, the average, first of all, you don't even need to be in touch with what an average Kenyan is going through, but you have to be in touch with humanity. You have to be in touch with the pain of the loss of a child, because no matter what class you're in, no matter what your level of socioeconomic, the pain of a child, and he did not even display that, which frankly, and maybe you'll call me naive for this, honestly, it was shocking to me. It was that the just the plainness.
Brief, just an interruption.
Yes.
Unajua lakini kuharibu parliament, do you know what brick and mortar is? Mnajua mliharibu ofisi ya chief justice, mnajua mliharibu kwa county Sakaja Dimples yaani Sakaja sasa ataingia TikTok wapi na mmeharibu ofisi yake? What is life? What is life? What is a human life? I was voted as the president of Kenya by brick and mortar. Who the fuck are you? Endelea.
Apparently he was voted in to protect Kenyan property, and even that he's not protecting, eh? So kama tumeharibu ofisi ya Sakaja, I think we should even it out to haribu the other side so that it looks even, and the side of parliament that was burnt, we should fix Chome hiyo pia, because at this rate people need to understand that we are here about Kenyan lives. This is what this is about, and if you cannot show that as
You can repair a human being who has been shot 12 times. That is why you were saying,
apparently
I think the kid is alive.
apparently
But you cannot repair parliament.
apparently unaweza rudisha mtoto, because and I want to know which sorcerer he goes to, because I haven't seen that. So no, he did a very good job. He did great to come and show us who he is. So now we know who he's dealing with. So we have to do absolutely everything to keep the pressure up. I'm so proud of my fellow Kenyans, and I'm going to yield there because I want to hear from other people. To get into the next phase of the discussion, thank you guys for holding this, and again, condolences to all the lost soldiers. It's not in vain. It shouldn't have happened, but it has happened, and we'll keep fighting. Asante.
Honorable Mike, I see you're in a hurry. You want to go. Go. I hope na wewe sio honorable hao wenye wametuharibia huku maisha na hizi jina honorable, na hakuna honorable in that. But anyway, the mic is yours. Go. Honorable Michael Kinyanzui.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. I hope you hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you so much. I just wanted to give everyone strength. We can do this. Don't be worried about anything. Those who are selling fear, we are not going to buy fear. We need to put the pressure up. There's nothing to fear. And I'm really happy with Kenyans. And I also want to take this time to pass my condolences to those people who have lost our dear ones, our comrades. And the other thing is, whenever we need each other, whenever there's a call to meet, let's come out in numbers. Let's pledge loyalty to our country, and everything will be well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Michael Kinyanzui. Please, I'm not seeing anyone who has raised up his hand. Please, if you want to speak. Sammy, let's go.
Good evening.
Good evening, Sam. We are here trying to deconstruct Ruto's interview yesterday. What is your opinion? What is your take on what transpired? I think one of the greatest interview of all time. So we want to hear your sentiment about
Okay,
that.
for me, our leader is a narcissist. And narcissists, they don't have empathy. You can never get closure with a narcissist. Never. Ati mnakaa chini na yeye hivi ati mnaongea and you come into a conclusion to move on like this. You will never get that. Hata hii whatever hiyo committee ati imeformiwa watu waende State House and they talk, they will never get closure. They will never get to an agreement. Look at it this way. Azimio and whatever the NATCO report, hata nobody knows what is in that report up to date. Because those guys, you can never have your way with these kind of people. You can never. Wao wanaamini they are they are so intelligent, they are so full of themselves. Wao wana believe like hakuna mtu mjanja hii dunia kualiko. And that's why he was saying, those MPs who voted for the bill, they stood for Kenya. Interpretation was, I am a genius and all of you are stupid. Now, kitu ingine wanakuwaga nayo, it's about revenge. The way we are humiliating him publicly, they don't take that shit lightly. No, they don't. They have to revenge. But kitu inakuwaga aje about fear these people. The only way to beat them is you ignore whatever they are. Ignore them. Ignore Kenya anasema, going for those talks. Ignore those talks. Ignore whatever he's saying. Ignore whatever he's ordering. Ukishamu ignore anafiligi so belittled na wanachukia hiyo kitu because they belittle others. Wanachukia kugeuziwa. They hate it.
Is there no one speaking?
Am I audible?
There's a speaker. There's someone who is on speaker. Maybe there's a problem with your reception. But Sammy is speaking.
Yeah. All right. Now another thing, ku a bit at your own game. You just stand up for your rights. You stand for what is right for you. Hawatakagi mtu mwenye anajisimamia na rights zake. They hate you for that. But in the end, waga umewa beat at their own game. Another thing, you expose them. They don't being like exposed. Our former president was giving us hints of what a kind of person his deputy was, but hatukuwa listen carefully venye alikuwa anatuambia. At one point, I remember, he said, I don't have a problem with my deputy William, but I hate somebody who lies, because they lie. They have selective memory stuff. Yani wanataka kukumbuka zile vitu mzuri. Kama jana uliona akiambia line asaje, you don't have to air those, all the bad things that I have done. You can just air even the good things that I have done. They have selective memory. Hawatakagi kukumbushwa zile vitu mbaya zenye wamefanya. Wanataka kukumbushwa zile vitu mzuri zenye wamefanya. We are dealing with someone who has a narcissistic personality disorder. Na ni mbaya sana. Hakuna cure. It doesn't have any cure. The only thing you can do is to manage it. And if, for you to manage it, you have to accept that you have it. But I think ni percentage dogo sana yenye hukubali watu wenye wako na hiyo kitu. Ni wadogo sana hukubali.
Madaktari
Yes,
mko wapi?
I would
Mrudi
like,
ama mnatibu president? We need our president. Doctors in the
yes, I
room,
would
where are
like
All
you?
right.
Actually, a doctor or a therapist or a psychologist aseme kama Kenya ninasema, atuchangie on a professional point of view, kama Kenya ninasema ni ukweli ama how, you know, the true side of, you know, whoever people who suffers from NPD. Inasemekanaga there.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much, Sami. I want to say that Dr. is already with us. Dr. Miguna is already with us, and we are starting our conversation in the next maybe 4 or 5 minutes. You want to give those 5 minutes to share your views, share your questions, and you're gonna speak to us, gonna give us way forward, and also his view of yesterday's meeting and tomorrow's demonstrations. At the same time, share the link with as much as you can. We are now on 4,000. Invite more people so that he cannot repeat himself. Today, we want to just, when you speak about something, we don't want to repeat the questions again. That will be okay. So share the link as much as you can. Invite more people. He's already here. He's listening. Actually, he's listening. So let him listen for 5 minutes. Then I'll bring him up. Then we start the conversation. Go ahead, Kingsman.
Wait, Hillary.
Yes, yes, Wanjiru, go ahead.
Hi, Hillary. Hillary, before we proceed, please could you admit a brief scoop, make a co-host, and Kumbukeni. I've briefed
Okay.
them because they share very similar thoughts with the general, and I think they'll be able to carry through this conversation from that kind of philosophy. And guys, please follow each other. Ruto must go. Let us get that handle to tread. I'm writing quite a lot. I'm just writing a few of my thoughts as you're speaking. So please go to the message section and retweet as much as you can. Let's get this conversation going. We want 10 million people on the streets tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Wanjiru, for that update. Kingsman, who was coming next?
I think the next speaker that we have, where is he? I think Con from South Africa. Concerning Gobizata Mlambo. Hey, boss. Are you in the right space?
Well, I am in the right space. I'm an African. Yes, those
Okay,
are.
it's a joke. You can go, man. You can go. Yeah, we are bigger. When Kenyans speak, the whole world listens.
Yes. I've got
Yes. So please.
I've got South African names because I speak their language, but I'm from Zimbabwe, originally from Zimbabwe. So yes, we've been following what you've been doing for a while. I think there is another young lady. I think her name is, I don't know whether it's a name because I can see that this name is, a lot of people have it. She's called Wanjiri. I saw her on Al Jazeera as well, having this interview. She's an activist as well. So yes, we've been following what you guys are doing, and we're inspired as Africans. And we are saying, guys, do not give up. Continue, putting pressure on these people because, the problems that we face in Africa, they are similar. Because these people that are ruling us at the moment, they don't have ethical leadership whatsoever. They don't have interest of our continent whatsoever. They're just, selfish, self-centered. And as you are talking about what he said in his press or whatever talk, it's good that he exposed and disgraced himself in front of, the Kenyans. So you guys, I come together, whatever has happened, yes, it happens. It's not a good thing to lose life, but there are always going to be casualties. It has happened in our country before, and we had that fear. But fear does not, bring, what is right or your rightful or your birthright to you. So we have to soldier on. So in your millions, and I believe that you're going to oppress that system, and that is the beginning of 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 of, of good things, especially in Africa. Because what you are doing, we're watching it, and it's giving us hope. And my prayer is that as young, as a young generation, as Africans, we must network, come together, form structures that are going to speak for us, because for a long time there hasn't been structures that are, truly representing us. I go back to the situation that happened in Nigeria, the NSAS thing. They shook that country, but what 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 was lacking was the structures, because they failed to follow that up. But I believe that you, as Kenyans, you are going to, follow it to the end, because this is not the first time you've done it. Like I said, I've been following this young woman. You've got structures. I continue building those institutions and continue, spreading that fearlessness, amongst Africans, because we need each other. And these people that are oppressing us, they're just a few. They're in their thousands. They're made up of these elites, the army, the police, whatever it is, their intelligence. They're just a few. But when we transform our mindsets and identify one another in our millions, we'll be able to transform, our communities and remove this system that they've been using for donkey years. Because Africa deserves the best. We've got resources, we've got everything that can look after us. So why are we continuing to allow these people, oppressing us? And what we need to understand as well is these people has been sucking on the breast of corruption for a long time. So for them to give us our continent back just like that, it will take bravery. It will take, us doing practical things, not just being theorists, but doing practical things. And you guys have shown it, and it's gonna work. So, thanks a million, beautiful people. If there's any way we can support you, please maybe give us links or whatsoever, because what you have started, it also requires, a lot of resources. And if I know there are leaders amongst you, if there's anything that you require from us, we will help in any way we can. In terms of money, I think it will help you as you continue to pursue your freedom. And that freedom, I believe that it will be freedom for all Africans, because we want to do the same thing. So thanks a million, beautiful people. God bless you. We are watching. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your contribution, and we appreciate it. Now, yep, we are starting our conversation. I think our 5 minutes is it's gone. You guys allow me again. I know many people are requesting. I have more than 100 again. It's crazy, but we are going to try our best to make sure things are running well. As we are starting our conversation, because I see General is here with us now. Again, we want to take one moment for silence again for our fallen heroes, at least before we start our conversation officially. So, can we take that 1 minute, a moment for silence? All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Karibu sana Daktari. We are happy to have you today. And thank you so much for finding again another time to join us in this conversation. We really appreciate your time, and everybody here is ready to listen of what you want to say today. And as we start our conversation again today, I want to pose a question. I want to pose a question to you as you start giving your views on the same. That I believe when I know yesterday when we announced this space. The president called conference to distract all this the conversation that we have with Kenyans. what is your view? What is your 1 cent view of his interview? And then we go to the topic of today, that tomorrow's demonstration. Thank you so much, Dr. Karibu sana.
Oh, good evening, everyone, and good
Good evening.
afternoon for people who are in other time zones. Like yesterday, we have to express our condolences and empathy with those who have been abducted, those who have been tortured, some have been maimed, and of course, the heroes whom they have killed. We have to always remember them by name, and I believe that next time we'll have their names um, basically read out so that we actually always honor them. I know that Rex is one of the people that have been honored, but there are a lot of people that have lost their lives. And I think it is important, whether they were participating in the protest or not, that we honor them. The little boy who was shot.
Daktari, maybe just an interruption. There's a few names that we have. I can read them out,
Yeah,
and then
go
you
ahead.
proceed. So number one on the list is the doctor who was actually giving out medical services during demonstration, Dr. Margaret Oyuga. May her soul rest in peace. We have Rex Kanyeki Masai. May his soul rest in peace. We have Franco Court, another legion. We have Nick Adams, another martyr. We have Eric Njeru, another hero. We have David Chege, Ian Kea, Belinda Chieng, Edwin Otieno, Eric Otieno, Eric Shieni, Bisley Kamau, Erickson Mutisia, Credo Oyaro, 17 years old, Emmanuel Tata, and then Ibrahim Kamau Wanjiko. This was a list that was out before the young boy was shot. Is it 8 times or 12 times? The one that the president thinks she's still alive. She's in school. I guess today she went to school, and tomorrow she'll also join us in the maandamano in Nairobi and the various sides parts of the country. So, Daktari,
So
continue. Thank you for the
thank
mail.
you, Kinsman. Let me start by saying we should stop calling Ruto president. Part of the struggle is the use of language. If we don't revolutionize our language, demystify and delegitimize oppressors, we are giving them power over us. It has to start with how we think and how we use language. Ruto lost legitimacy by the manner in which he has handled the protests. Not only did he hire goons, people who are not even police officers, and gave them guns to target protesters who are unarmed and peaceful and cause havoc in the country in all areas of Kenya. He then has gone on national TV many times and referred to them as criminals, the victims as criminals. So yesterday, what you saw, legitimacy. He then declared to all Kenyans that he doesn't get it. He's not just alienated from Kenyans. He's not just completely cold-blooded and heartless. He wants to tell Kenyans that he's proud of his killers, the snipers that they stationed in parliament and all other areas, the people who are shooting aimlessly into the crowds. He's basically daring the country, utadu. What are you going to do? And that is why tomorrow and any other day subsequent, the country must show Ruto that we own Kenya, that he doesn't own us, that having voted for him And by the way, he did not even win the majority of Kenyans. He won the majority of the votes, 50+1, according to the IBC. That does not give you ownership over a people. The fact that you supported me does not give me power over you forever. It doesn't mean that if I turn around and abuse you, if I turn around and steal from you, if I turn around and brutalize you or brutalize your family, if I devalue your values, then you still support me. No, there is no such thing. In a democracy, we must earn support every single day. And Ruto no longer has our support. He went on national TV in order to turn away viewers from our space, our X space, and basically refused to answer every single question that was given to him. And then turn around and denied things that are so obvious that you would wonder, is this man normal? It is no longer just a question of Ruto is cold-blooded. Ruto seems to be convinced that he's God Almighty, that there is nothing we can do to him. And so we have to get our country back. I believe, and I've said this many times, that we have to be focused. These are the things people are saying, these are the things people are doing, demanding, oh, where are you? Be in the forefront, blah, blah, blah. These are NIS and Ruto's tricks. Because it doesn't really matter where we are. Our brother who spoke from Zimbabwe is in Zimbabwe, but he's giving us inspiration. He's standing with us in solidarity. Our struggle is being watched everywhere. Our struggle is giving inspiration to everybody. And we can't fail ourselves. Because what happens when we fail? Then we give Ruto basically authority and power to pick each one of you and then assassinate, disappear, torture, maim, or force into exile. So this is a collective struggle. I just want to urge everyone that we have to be united in the struggle. Because of course, if we are divided, he's going to win over us. And as I said yesterday, and I continue to say, this is an intergenerational struggle, even if led by Gen Zs and the millennials. The issues we are dealing with, the issues of impunity, the issues of corruption, the issues of abuse of power, the issues of strangulation of all institutions of governance, these are not issues that affect one generation. So the moment we allow the message that everybody else should keep quiet, that only Gen Z should speak, that the only people that are feeling the pinch is a generation called Gen Zs, we are losing it. Because even Generation Alpha, the boy who was killed in Rongai, is not a Gen Z. The other boy that was shot 8 times, it's not a Gen Z. And some of them were not even in the demonstration. You will be victimized whether you are there or not. A tyrannical state does not distinguish between generations. And we learned this when we were growing up. Some of us have been in this struggle since we were teenagers too, like myself. So and we never stopped struggling, regardless of the contradictions in the struggle. So that's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. for that. And I see many people are joining the conversation. Thank you so much. And make 1 million strong tomorrow, and for securing our future or secure the country. That's the way to go. Kumbukeni.
10 million, my brother.
10 million. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Kumbukeni, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Miguna, honoring all who have lost their lives. I just want to emphasize on that point that you made, and it's a great point. I have been insisting, speaking on this need to ensure we don't go along with colonial language. Colonial language is very good at keeping us in boxes so that it can best control us. So they decide they're going to call us Gen Z so that they can best control us and control the narrative. We must refuse that. I agree with you. And this is a problem of Kenyans. I know my mother is suffering. When I was in Kenya, I was suffering to put food on the table. My brothers are suffering. My sisters are suffering. The children are suffering. So this is not just a Gen Z issue. The Gen Z, and even when you look at the protests, it wasn't just Gen Z on the streets. So this is something, being someone who's been in the West and seen and worked actually in their governments and seen how they operate, this is something they're very good on and very big on. They make sure they control the narrative, and we must make sure that we don't allow them to do so. Asante.
Thank you.
And maybe Hillary Kidogo, and maybe just to echo on the words of Daktari. Daktari, first of all, thank you so much for your contribution. The beauty with you is that you are eloquent enough, even if you putting us into dangerous spaces, we think like we are going into safe places. So your eloquence is something that we are admiring, and it is giving us energy. Saizi, we need all the energy that we can get, because the person that we are dealing with, remember, he's most important. And I want to emphasize on this. Remember, the people that voted for this president were brick and mortar. Parliament mmechoma kwa ofisi ya Sakaja, dimple zake zitakaa wapi? CJ ana ofisi. Kumbukeni, this man was voted in by brick and mortar. So tomorrow he will be dealing with robots. So we need all the energy that we can get. Daktari, thank you. Kesho tunatokea. All of us will be there in numbers, 10 million strong. 10 million. Our strength is on the numbers. Our strength is on the disorganization. That is the biggest organization in Africa. Thank you for the brothers that are supporting us from diaspora, from other parts of the continent. Thank you so much. And everyone, please keep the hashtag going. Keep it alive. Like if you can, let's follow each other. Pale pia kwa nini, and there's a post I've put for Latif. Please retweet, like it, so that even when such kind of people get an opportunity to speak to Kenyans, they feel that we are behind them. Ruto should be feeling alone. We need to seclude this person. We need to put him in a corner and put him there forever and ever as Iwai Toka. We are tired. We are tired, man. So next speaker.
Thank you. Brief, go ahead. Brief, go ahead. Maja, see you. Everybody, yep. We have a lot of requests, guys. Yeah, go ahead, brief.
Asante sana. Yes, yes, I want to reiterate that point about us creating and sticking to our own narratives, using our own language. We are Africans, we are Kenyans. Let's continue to perpetuate our narratives. Let's go back to our roots in search of everything, including the solutions. Daktari, I love the fact that you point out correctly, very accurately, that this is not a new fight. We have been fighting this fight because in reality, our economy, our systems of government have never worked for us. They've never worked for us Kenyans. We were bequeathed colonial systems that were meant to work for the colonizer. And the only thing that the colonizer did is turn it over to the African elites, Mzungus in black skin, to be the guardians of the spoils of colonialism. I'll just go real quick into Machiavelli's four-point blueprint of how you demoralize and conquer and colonize a people. It's a very thin book, by the way, The Prince by Machiavelli. It's a very thin book. Everybody in here should read it because it shows you who we are dealing with in the form of Ruto. So in the blueprint, it has 4 stages. The first one is you go in with your armies and administrators, and you demoralize by the population by violence and aggression. The second stage is you create an elite class. You show them that if they are brutal, if they speak English like you or whatever language like you, and they behave like you, they too can get a taste of the privilege. The third one is 1960s, 1956 Ghana, 1963 Kenya, where you hand over political control to the elite class. And the fourth stage is the most lucrative because after they withdraw their security forces and their administrators, now all they do is collect on the spoils of colonialism using the elite class that they put in place. And that's what we have. We have an elite class that are the custodians, the guardians of colonialism. So Ruto just happens to be the very unfortunate one who is sitting being the custodian. He had a choice. He had a choice not to be the custodian, and we are giving him that choice today. As Kenyans, we are saying, are you going to serve us, or are you going to continue to serve the neoliberal colonialist policies that you have been bequeathed? And again, this is not new. It's been since independence, or so-called independence, quote unquote, because we've never been independent. We are still under colonialism. We are the fourth stage of colonialism. We are not even in neo-colonialism yet. Maybe if we beat this economic colonialism, maybe they will introduce a new colonialism that we can at that point call neo-colonialism. But at this point, we are still in colonialism. So, and Kenyans are very hungry because we've got a glimpse of what it might look like if we actually had a leader who had our interests. I think we all agree, or most of us Kenyans agree, that the Kibaki presidency showed us that we had the capacity to govern ourselves, to govern for Kenya, by Kenyans, with the interests of Kenyans. The fact that within one term, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, within the first term, Kenya was living within our means, living off the proceeds of our taxation, and we were getting services for the taxation. By the way, we must resist Western narratives that try to paint this as purely, quite simply, they reduce it to an anti-tax movement. We are not an anti-tax movement. What we are is an anti-imperialist, anti-neoliberal movement. We are protesting against regressive taxation. What we want is progressive taxation, where the people at the bottom of the economic ladder are not being overly burdened. They are not being overburdened with the burden of taxation. We ensure that the people at the bottom of the economic ladder are looked after, that corporations, especially foreign corporations, especially international organizations, now Ameja Kenya. Kenya is now the #1 destination of venture capital. And every single venture capitalist firm in Kenya is run by Wazungus, by foreigners, by Americans. They are coming, they are getting the funds. These funds look like they are coming to Kenyans. These same venture capitalists, they are coming, they are stealing the idea of Kenyans. Then they are turning around and killing, bankrupting those companies, cashing out, going to buy properties in Kileleshwa, in Mombasa, in Diani, in Zanzibar. So raising the prices of our homes at the same of our properties at the same time as they are stealing from us, they are stealing our ideas. And by the way, they are stealing our ideas and then killing them, because the only way you can actually cash out is if you bankrupt the company after you've already stolen and patented the ideas. So we have to connect the dots. So William Ruto had a choice to be a leader for Kenya for Kenyans. He has chosen to be a leader who is here to implement IMF policies that overburden, again, the poor, that protect, in particular, Western, European, and American corporations, but foreign corporations in general, foreigners, at the expense of Kenyans. So he needs to make a choice. He needs to be, we need, and Kenyans are giving all of our leadership this choice. You need to be more afraid of us, and you need to show us that you're more afraid of us, because you need to recognize either ni sisi tumekuweka hapo, we've put you into power, ama ni brick and mortar ambayo imekuweka hapo. If you believe it's brick and mortar, fine, continue serving brick and mortar and serving the interests of the IMF and the World Bank and of BlackRock. This is why the guy who came in preaching bottom up, the very first executive order, he couldn't even wait for legislation. The very first executive order he signed was to privatize our most highly performing parastatals. Why? To hand them over to BlackRock. BlackRock is now very proudly coming to Kenya to invest, or so-called quote unquote invest, to steal. Let's be very accurate. So, when our parastatals are privatized, kila kitu imeenda. Starting with, by the way, when we are making sure that Ruto is gone, Can we also make sure, even before Ruto, that Devin Day is gone? And by the way, there's a process of removing the president, and I don't know exactly what it is. I will admit that, Daktari, you are the lawyer here, but there is one thing. There is a path that is very clear. We need to first start removing the MPs, his supporters, the ones around him, because we can recall our members of parliament. And I can't believe how easy it is. I'm sure you've all seen that video. There's a website where you go, you start the petition for you only need something apparently very small, like 50,000, I believe, signatures to recall your member of parliament. So we need to start by those, because once we have recalled enough MPs, this guy is weak. He can be impeached. Right now, he cannot be impeached because he has the majority in parliament, even though right now, wanaogopa kutembelewa. So let's start with that process, because that is within reach. Let me yield there and hear from other people. Asanteni sana. Good to see you, Maj. Good to see everybody else. Kumbukeni. Lovely to see you there. And Dr. Miguna, so glad to hear you, and so honored to be sharing this space with you. Thank you, Wanjiro, for inviting me. And I'm just so gratified that we are having this conversation.
I think Daktari wants to answer you. Daktari, I see your mic is open. Please, if you do a
Yes, thank you very much. We were on this space for 3 hours yesterday, and I actually posted a summary of the main points that we discussed. And I believe the general consensus, if I'm wrong, somebody can correct me, is that we are way past what our friend brother was saying. We are way past that. We are way past recalling the MPs. We are way past signing petitions. We are way past impeachment motions. We are on the streets. And a lot of our people have already been murdered by Ruto. So it's not a question of process. The process that we have now is a popular revolutionary process on the streets everywhere in the Republic of Kenya. We are in all villages, we are in all towns, we are in all cities, and people are calling for Ruto to go. This is a constitutional process. As I explained yesterday, under Clause 1 of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the sovereignty of the people, the power to constitute ourselves into a state, into a government, vests or belongs to the people. That's Clause 1 of the Constitution. That's where it is. You can choose to govern yourselves through your elected representatives, or you can do so yourselves directly when your elected representatives or quote unquote governors have failed, which is what happened more than 2 weeks ago. Ruto failed. Ruto registered to the people that he failed by forcing Finance Bill 2024 on us, even though Kenyans had told him in petition after petition, protest after protest, and engagement after engagement, that he needed to withdraw it entirely so that he could bring a legislation or bill that was acceptable to the people. He refused. He said, I'm going to do it whether you like it or not. And then he forced his MPs, who are basically robots, to pass it in parliament. And then he was going to sign it had the people not taken over parliament and all spaces in Kenya. In other words, if we don't do what we did last week, we have lost it. We cannot change course and go back and start the process all over again. He occupies and controls the legislature. He controls the National Assembly. He controls the Senate. He controls the county assemblies. He controls the governors, who are robots headed by Anne Waiguru, the NYS thief. He controls the media largely, except for the brave journalists that you saw yesterday, but the institutions of the media he controls. He controls the judiciary. So which means that he has blocked all democratic routes for people to be able to bring him to account. We can't take it to, you can't take him to court and win. You can't take him to the National Assembly through any impeachment legislation and win. So where is the space that you can engage William Ruto and be able to tell him that we are your bosses, you must do what we say? It's only in the public square. It's only on the streets. It's only in the cities. It's only in the towns. It's only in the villages. And that's where we must occupy tomorrow, with 10 million, or from 1 million going up, so that he understands that these people don't want me. I throw in the towel and we constitute what I've already outlined yesterday, or whatever it is that people believe unanimously is the good process, so that we can have fresh elections. That is entirely constitutional. And it has happened like that throughout history in many, many countries, which I don't have to list today. So let's not go back. Let's not give William Ruto respite, a breathing space. Let's move forward.
Thank you, Dr. for that. Before the next speaker comes in, I want to read for you a poem from Martin Luther King, Nathan Nimola, born in 1892 up to 1892, and then he died in 1984. He said, first they came for the communist, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialist, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionist, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. So next speaker, please.
Hello, guys. Can be allowed to speak something. First, I have to say condolences to all.
Wait. Okay. Binadam, we don't work here that way. You carry up your hand, because all these people will start to open the mic, then how it will be. So it is important when we see your hands up. That is very key. Maj, but Binadam, go ahead before Maj, and then Tomboy.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No, Binadam, wait. Tomboya was ahead of you. Please, just be patient. Raise your hand, and then you'll be given the mic. Let's be orderly, please. Table manners. So Tomboya, yes.
Hello, Kenyans. Good evening, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I really wanted to reiterate on the point that the five-star general, Dr. Miguna has explained, but now I'll be very brief. We should be very specific, as he has always said. Let us know what we want and go for it. We are actually past anything constitutional and legal process. Let us know that anything that requires to go back to consider a procedure of constitutionalism is not for us right now. Let us be on the street and let us go by Ruto must go now. Ruto must go, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. After having that as a word, then let us go by action. Let us occupy the streets. By this time, we should not necessarily be reminding us many things, the negatives and any other thing. We should now be talking about which strategies are we employing on the streets. If we say we remove the picture of Ruto on our businesses. Let that be the strategy. If we say we occupy the specific office, let that be the strategy. Let us go by action, because this action is what will make him come out. Going by saying that we must recall MPs first before Ruto has gone, that one will just continue taking us into circles. Let us focus on Ruto. As the five-star general said, let us avoid Weston. Let us avoid his businesses. Let us be specific, and we are going to achieve it. This is a spirit that is now running with us. It is a spirit. Let us go by this spirit. Thank you. I don't want to say much. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And for the next speaker who is coming in, please, if you voted in Ruto as your president, remember and don't forget that first of all of you guys who are in here, you are criminals. You never voted for him. What voted for him is the 2.6 billion worth of properties that you've spoiled to brick and mortar made our president the man he is today. So please, Bin Adam, go.
Okay, thank you so much. And I would like to start by condolences to all the fallen heroes. We're still together in love and in spirit. What I would like to say here is, after watching the interview, you could clearly see that this guy is still a liar and a person who don't want to admit to the mistakes. He doesn't have the empathy. He doesn't feel how it feels to lose someone you know, someone close to you. So when I watched him and he pretends to be following up online, and the only defense he could say, the BBC reported there was no massacre. So it tells you that this guy comes online, but he looks for those loopholes like yesterday. So what I would like to say is, the cause is already on and we can't back, because for us to start regrouping again, if we stop this, it will be very difficult. But one issue I have personally is this. Like we say, maandamano, it's every Tuesday and every Thursday. And I think we are giving them a good time to regroup and replan and re-strategize. So that's just my opinion, so that others can try to look at my perspective. Because imagine, since there was Mandamano last Thursday until tomorrow, these people have now good energy. The police have good energy to come to streets tomorrow. But if we make it consistent, like almost every day, we will exhaust them, because we know very clearly that the ratio of a policeman to the citizens, it's 1 to maybe 300. So if we make it every day, we will be able to exhaust these policemen. They can't manage us. And then if we come, like we're saying, make it 10 million strong, we will exhaust all these departments of police and the military. So that's just my opinion. I wish that most people would come out, and I wish we can increase the days, not to give them time to re-strategize and plan. And I would like to ask Daktari, now since we know clearly right now that he's playing games with us when he say he doesn't sign, but I have understood from what I've heard, I'm not pretty sure, that if the bill stays along within 14 to 21 days, automatically it becomes a law. So which means we are fighting, but the thing is still cooking. So what's the best way we can do to make sure that we don't lose this, Daktari? Thank you.
Daktari, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the short answer is yes, within 14 days, the bill is automatically law. So basically, Ruto has done nothing. There is no withdrawal of the bill. It will automatically become law, even if he doesn't sign it. That is why I was saying people who are saying Ruto has conceded are completely wrong. He waited until this time because he knows that if he doesn't sign it within 14 days, it will be law. And he's already signed the appropriation bill 2024, which means that he is spending just as much as he was before. He said that he was going to deal, like yesterday, he was asked about the offices, the illegal offices of the first ladies and the second and third ladies, and he said he was going to not fund them. But in the appropriation bill that he signed, he allocated over 557 million to these officers. They are already receiving money as he was speaking, so he knew he was lying. Don't believe anything Ruto says. Don't believe anything his office says. Don't believe anything any of his cronies say. They are all just lying, and he's buying throughout history is to occupy all spaces. Make sure they can't move, make sure they can't execute, make sure they can't do anything. So that even if they took the money, they cannot spend it. Right now, if they cannot leave State House, they can't go to the 7-star hotels, they can't fly out of the country, they can't go to their mistresses, they can't enjoy the money. So eventually, they will just have to go. And if we are 1 million to 10 million strong, we can occupy everywhere, including where he is. And he would have to take that helicopter to Congo or to any other country that he deems he can seek exile in. But Ruto should have no free space to move, and his regime. Those who are thinking that this is something to be given to Rigiji should be reminded that Ruto must go includes the entire regime. Those who are saying the military will take power do not understand the mentality or orientation of the military. The military does not fire at citizens. They join citizens when citizens occupy all public spaces. That is recorded in history. They are not like the zombies that are called police, who shoot because many of them do not even know how to write their names. And I am not saying this lightly, because you have seen the robotic nature with which the police shot everyone who was not even threatening them. So let's focus on Ruto and his regime. The gentleman called Mboya said, let's not be legal or constitutional. I have emphasized clause 1 of the Constitution is part of the Constitution. When you are occupying public spaces and saying Ruto must go, that is a constitutional exercise. When you are removing Ruto through clause 1, you are acting within the Constitution. There is nothing outside the Constitution. You don't need anything else. Anybody who is referring to a secondary legislation or some kind of act of parliament does not understand how law and constitution works. The Constitution is the supreme law. Any law that contradicts it is null and void. So any law that purports to claw back on our sovereignty is deemed null and void. Thank you.
Thank you, Daktari. Thank you, Daktari, for those sentiments. I think now we are clear. Everyone has understood the mission. We only have one assignment tomorrow is to occupy, occupy, occupy. Carry your bottle of water, carry your flowers for commemoration of the heroes that we've lost. Be in public spaces, occupy, occupy. Let's all be on the streets. We'll march on peacefully, and until Ruto must go is achieved. So the next speaker, please.
Can I just ask a quick
I
follow-up
think
question, Kinsman?
Kumbukeni, you are. I have
Just a
seen
quick.
you.
I
I've
think
seen you, but I think you
there
have
is a
a
lady who,
network problem. Yeah?
my friend, there is a lady who wants to ask a follow-up question. Maybe if you don't mind, you could allow her to ask.
Yes,
What's her
please.
name, please, Daktari?
It's Nduku Kumbukeni.
The ladies that are here, I'm seeing Achieng, I'm seeing
It's me.
I'm seeing ladies, if you're in the room, kindly raise your hand.
She's saying her name is Nduku. Her name is Nduku.
Kumbukeni is the handle.
Kumbukeni, please.
Asante. All right. So,
But she seemed to have a network problem because her nini has just been rotating.
can you hear me?
Kumbukeni, can you hear us?
I can hear
Kingsman,
her very
yeah.
well. I can hear her.
Okay, proceed.
All right. Okay. Thank you. So, Dr. Migona, because Ruto was very keen to keep repeating the rule of law, and this is something that these criminals who call themselves leaders do all the time so that they can justify deploying the military on the people. So, and you have said several times that the military will not shoot on the people if the people occupy. I look at the constitution, which is the rule of law that Ruto will use to defend his actions. And in one part, it gives the people the sovereign power, but right after it, it takes away the sovereign power from the people and gives it to the presidency. So could you please address that?
Okay, so let me answer you, Nduku. The Constitution does not take power that it has given in Clause 1. Clause 1 is not negated in any part of the Constitution. The following provisions of the Constitution simply says that once the people have delegated power to someone like the president, they would exercise that power. The delegation happens at election time. But if the people believe, for instance, that the president has not done what he was elected to do, Clause 1 can always be triggered by the people. And they do not have to go to their delegate, the person they have delegated power to, for permission to get back their power. That's like saying if you have an employee and you have given the employee the terms and conditions of employment, there is a letter of employment. They are not supposed to be insubordinative to you. They are not supposed to steal from you. They are supposed to be answerable to you when they have done something and you want to call them to account. If they disobey your orders, you can fire them. And you don't need permission from them to fire them. So what I'm saying, the Constitution is our employment letter. We gave the president or Ruto a job to do. And for 2 years, he has done no job for us. He has been mangering all over the world, going to Washington. In fact, Ruto has been traveling every single week. He has spent billions of our money. He's our employee. We are the employer. He has spent billions without permission from us. He purported to have hired a jet to Washington without our authority. There is no constitutional power he had to unilaterally take our money and hire a jet. We have Kenya Airways. That is the mode of transportation for anybody who is working for us, because Kenya Airways partly belong to us. So what I'm saying is that Ruto has abrogated every constitutional provision and every term of employment, and he stands dismissed.
Would it, a quick one, sorry, Kinsman and Hillary, would it
No,
then
but
be,
I think going back and forth is not useful. Once
no,
I've
no,
answered
no,
your question, I think we
you
should move
have,
on.
you have
Yeah.
answered it, but I was going to ask as a follow-up of that, would it then be a wise choice for us to put together an indictment that lists everything that you did so that we're not just talking about it in rooms, but we actually have a document that is saying this is why we're calling you out?
When Ruto was disobeying us, he did not come with a list.
Kumbukeni,
And when he was disobeying us, he already knew the terms of engagement. He knew that we did not need permission from him. We don't need a list to indict Ruto. Ruto stands indicted by his very acts. Yesterday, he sealed his fate by not even feeling sorry for families he has bereaved, for people he has caused pain to, for citizens that he has harmed and killed. And as far as I'm concerned, and many Kenyans have said this, Ruto is out of touch. Ruto is a cold blooded murderer, and such people should be punished and not rewarded. Any day Ruto spends in State House is a day too much.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Man, people are keeping dropping. I don't know what is the problem. Check your network. It is now 8:30 here, but check your network and everything. Kingsman, can you hear me? Because I realize that you can't hear other people.
Yes, I can hear you clearly. I think there was a network problem, but I'm back.
Yeah, all
My
the calls are
problem.
dropping. I don't know why, but guys, let us check your network well. We're trying to keep it so that it can work. Risa, you
I
carry
think
us your
the NIS and the Communication Authority and Safaricom and the rest, they are doing their thing. But let's focus on what we are doing.
Yeah, let us focus on what you're doing, guys. Yeah. You drop, you come back. I don't know what's happening, but it's okay. Risa, you hand us up sometimes. Then I change on that order. let us
Let me
keep.
go after Achieng, please, Hillary.
Okay, Achieng, go ahead.
Hillary. Just kidogo tu, maybe to compliment on whatever Daktari has said to Kumbukeni. I think the beauty about whatever we are going through at the moment is a feeling that is being experienced by each and every Kenyan. It is a feeling that supersedes and then it goes beyond tribal connotations. So that is even why they are having a problem on how they are going to approach this, because now the person they used to vilify all the time is Raila. Raila is not on the scene. It used to be a tribal thing, so the tribes are not here. These are feeling of whereby Punda imechoka. Punda imechoka since 1964, but today Punda iko like, I don't give an F whether I'm a Masai, a Kikuyu, a Kalenjin. I've realized the country against bad governance. He has been able to unite us against tribal affiliations. So, and he has also been able to unite us against him and his KK regime and his Akina this guy, Akina Sudi, splashing out money, opulence, and all that. So, already, as Daktari has said, the scorecard is out there. This guy, from the day he got into office, he never even looked at his JD. The interview that he did with the Kenyan people, he has never, ever from day one even ticked JD number one. His KPIs are uko chini. If you were to rate him between 0 and 10, ako uko -3. So there is, you see, and then there is, unajua kuna ule mtu unaambiwa utetee, unasema hata mimi simjui. This guy is at a position where it is so difficult for him to come and convince the Kenyan people that there is anything else he can do, especially the fact that he was not remorseful yesterday. I think that was the nail on the coffin.
All right, Kingsman, thank you so much. Check your network always. People keep dropping, getting a lot of messages. I don't know why, but check your network. And we have said that NIS and also the Safaricom is doing their things, but we are trying our best to make sure that the space run and very active. And let us be focused. 10 million people strong on the street in the morning. That's what we're saying. It is now 8:30, and that's where we are focused on. To see our people on the ground, to see we on going on the ground in the morning, and that's the way to go. Achieng, go ahead, then Risasi, then Maju say hi.
Good evening, guys, and thank you, Hillary, Dr. Miguna, for this platform. My senior Machieng and Council and Kingsman ameongea nikasikia ni kama tayari I'm already getting angry again after the interview that Ruto put out yesterday, but we're going to be focused, 10 million strong. I'm just here to reiterate what Senior Counsel Dr. Miguna said when he says that we are beyond the point of talking to the government. And when he says that what we are doing is constitutionally right, I think let me just shed some background on maybe where he's coming from. So legally speaking, when a legal document is drafted, you have to look at the spirit behind that document. You know, the law is an evolving creature, so you need to look at the spirit behind that document. And when the Constitution was being drafted, Article 1 actually just says the people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives. Guys, I need us to understand that we elected these people democratically to air our voices and concern But at the same thing that I'm saying, the spirit of the document, if you look at the finance bill, the spirit behind it was not the one to take care for the common Mwananchi. This was the spirit behind it was the one for the IMF, the people who have their interests, and the tumbocrats themselves. So when the constitution was being drafted, they know this power is ours. They know they Wananchi the supreme. They know that we are the ones who elect people into power. So do not fear. Do not fear. The Constitution envisages all these scenarios. We are not out of order. We are still within the rule of law. And if at all anything, we are using the utmost Article 1. There's a reason why it's Article 1 of our Constitution, because it's supreme. So let's not fear 10 million strong tomorrow. Let's just come out and defend each other. We fight for our rights. That's all I have to say for today.
Thank you so much, Etienne. God bless you. Thank you so much. Yep. Mobilize people. Tell them we're alive at the moment with Generali Mwenyewe at the moment. We are sharing the hashtag Ruto must go, make 10 million strong and secure our future and our country. Risasi, go ahead.
Thank you, Hilary. I think let me start by just reiterating what Dr. said yesterday. One of the things that came up was we are not going to get any kind of justice without removing Ruto in power. If Ruto is still in power, you will never get justice. And he gave so many examples yesterday. Two, protest works. So in that spirit, we should get out there and remove this guy. We didn't stop him from posting on the financial bill by going to the court or even through constitution. We did that by going to the streets, and evidence is there. If we are not sure of who we are dealing with, Ruto is a textbook definition of a dictator. And how do dictators operate? One of the fundamental characteristics of dictators is their decision-making process. Dictators make decisions through a very tiny cabal of advisors. You have a good example, Ndi and the likes. They make decisions through cronies. People are not even qualified. The likes of Farouk Kibet, somebody who doesn't have got even a job description. I think the best qualification Farouk is I don't know. I cannot even imagine, except being a friend to Ruto. And they do this through the aid of their parrots, the likes of Itumbi. Sycophants, the likes of Jakakimba, whose their role is to wake up in the morning, type what the president said, to working for president on Twitter. That is what they do. Secondly, look at how he's trying to consolidate support. He has done this through churches previously, and I think people have realized that. So he has nowhere to run to churches. That is why when he hears people occupying churches, he gets agitated. He's doing this through trade unions. Look at the likes of Atuoli. Those are the people who are supporting him. He's doing this through hijacking political parties. Recently, he has already hijacked ANC to consolidate support in parliament. He's doing this through state machinery. Recently, there was proposals to increase salary for police, and these are just aimed to consolidate his base. So, guys, we are dealing with a despot here. It's just a matter of time before we have somebody like Mugabe in the making. Other thing that is very, very much determined is control of key institutions. These are the army, the police, the civil service, state media, parliament. For now, he has control of parliament. There's nothing else you can do in parliament. Judiciary, the less we speak about it, the better. You know what happened, including swearing of judges is being done in State House, and this is the third arm of government. He's doing this through licenses, censorship. Recently, I saw KTN complaining that they were about to shut off their frequencies. This is a classic dictator we are dealing with here, guys. There's no difference between Ruto and Gaddafi or Ruto and Saddam Hussein. He's just like that Saddam Hussein who wears a Kaunda suit. But otherwise, huyu ni Saddam. Hakuna tofauti. He's doing this through abductions. How many people were abducted in the course of last week? Arrest, dismissals, and now people are dying. There are murders. There are murders, disappearances happening all over. So if we remain with this guy in power, trust me, itakuwa worse than even before we went for this demonstration. So with that, please, let's not lose focus. The guy has to go, and the easiest way, suspend your constitution. Laws are made for men, not men made for laws. Kama ni mbaya, we can suspend the constitution. It doesn't have to be every time that sijui tutamtoa na katiba. Ruto si mtu wa kutoa na katiba. Nyinyi mlimuona jana na kama mtu wa kutolewa na katiba. He is not going anywhere. So if we don't remove him, then he will be stuck with us. Hiyo ndio contribution yangu, Hilary. Thanks.
Ubarikiwe sana Risasi. Asante sana. That's the spirit that we're going with. Thank you so much, guys. Keep networking together as usual. And we said that look at your right, your left, and we want to make this conversation go on and go on. And now we want to know also the your security. And Dr. said something yesterday that if you don't have spirit of revolution, don't go outside. If you fear death, then sleep. And when you don't fear, when you know that you are fighting for your country and you're going there, then you have to be very very vigilant all the time, all the time. Let me
Hilary,
close your mic.
th-
Levi
thank you.
hatufanyi kazi hapo.
You,
Levi hatufanyi kazi hapa hivyo. Funga hiyo mic yako. Asante. Mike, Maj, can you say hi? How are you?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you.
Yes, you can hear you, Maj.
Thank you, and thanks everyone. To those who are going to demonstrate tomorrow, I kindly ensure you demonstrate peacefully so that it is a peaceful demonstration. Of course, you know that things can turn out differently, but be on the record to be the one demonstrating peacefully. And I received a lot of information inboxes of people who were asking me that they wanted to speak and they were from the ground. I'm here now. Keep those requests. I'm going to add you, and so that at least also your voice is heard. I really received many inbox messages. I just want to say that I'll be here just queuing in and ensuring that as many people as possible, especially from the ground, also get to speak. And welcome again, and thanks, Dr. for coming on board again. Back to you, Hilary.
Thank you so much. Brief. Go ahead.
No, Hillary, maybe before brief, guys, I've posted the article 1 of our constitution as Daktari was taking us through it. So if you see it on the message side, please retweet, like it, so that it can reach out to as many people as possible. We need to get informed. We need this. This is the new kind of mandamano, and it feels good. You can even go tomorrow to the mandamano with your suit, umedunga, uko msafi, umepiga marashi, unanukia. Hata ule mwenye amebeba fimbo anashangaa sasa nimpige tiagas ama tu ni mheshimu. Yani the most beautiful demonstration ever in the whole world. Ruto is about to find out. Yani atakuwa hata askari watawaambia hapana, hawa si wa kupigwa, wewe enda tu kanyaga kubwa kubwa. So tomorrow we are peaceful, tunajibamba. Kama uko na speaker, beba, tokea kwa street, enjoy your music, enjoy your drink, kunywa maji. He must go, man. Lazima aende tu. Yani lazima tu. I don't know if you're feeling the energy that this guy has to go. And we are so informed. Hakuna fala hapa. Some of us are not even interested with holding any public office for the rest of our lives. We just want a better Kenya. We do not want a country of chieftains. Sijui, it's like that person who always wants to call you out for a drink and then he and buy. He's buying every time. But when you ask him, bro, what do you do for a living? He doesn't tell you. So that is the kind of president that we have. Anataka tu kutubaia. Hapana, tunataka kila Mkenya aweze kujibaia drink. Wale wenye wakunywi wajibaie chai. Wenye maandamano is peaceful. We are not touching his brick and mortars. Hizo ajieke, apeleke Sugoi, wakakae huko na familia yake. Juu hakuna kitu inawafurahisha kama kuon buildings, kuon mavitu. Unajua mavitu tu. I think that is their goal in life. So achia Sakaja na dimple zake, mtu asiguze City Hall. Don't touch anything. Just be on the streets. Let's be there. All of us, as Daktari has said, 10 million strong.
Daktari, go ahead. I can see your mic.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I wanted to say my intelligence actually tells me that City Hall was not banned by protesters. It was banned by Sakaja himself, so that Ruto could use it as the excuse to give that protesters banned it. And many places that banned it is the tear gas that exploded, just like it burnt the police officer's hands, the one who lost both hands, the same way that it would burn anything that is flammable. So we cannot take blame for what they have done. We must not take responsibility for Ruto's thuggery. I am sure that today they are planning how they are going to unleash goons that will inflict harm on protesters. But one thing you must know about Ruto, because I know him personally, Ruto wants to be loved. Okay, in as much as he's cold-blooded and everything, he actually wants to be loved, to be liked, to be worshipped, to be praised. And he particularly likes that from foreigners, the foreign media, Washington, London, all these capitals of the West, because he suffers from low self-esteem. That's what happens with a lot of tyrants who suffer from low self-esteem. But he's a weak man. He's weak politically, he's weak mentally. You saw that he's weak psychologically also. He's not that intelligent, because dictators who are intelligent would have answered questions properly yesterday, would even have pretended. Ruto couldn't even pretend. He is worse than when Uhuru appeared during the BBI and everybody else had rejected it, or in 2017 and people had voted against them, and the Supreme Court ruled against their electoral theft. They threatened the Supreme Court, they threw tantrums, they threatened the people. They were completely without any control. That's Ruto. So the more we press, the more he has nothing left out of his arsenals. He has already used brute force. He's been abducting people, he's been killing people. He tried to seek sympathy, but people have told him, we are not listening because you are completely disconnected to what is happening. So tomorrow, he will not be able to do anything. I can assure you, he has run out of anything else that he can do. So the more we push him against the wall, the more we guarantee that he will leave. Finally, our security and safety is in our numbers. Let no one lie to you that your security and safety is staying home. The people who stayed home in Githurai the other day, or in Rongai the other day, some of them were shot through the window or through the walls of their houses. Some of them died just walking on the road. They kept away from the protest, but they came for you and killed you on the street. The same thing happened in the Maandamanos before they bought Raila Odinga. They killed people in their homes. So the point is this: you are not safe staying at home. You are not safe saying that you are going to watch this thing from bars. We are safe when we are many on the street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Daktari. And so, Sakaja, I know you're listening. The allegations weigh very heavy. So, because this is what is going to also make other demonstrators get killed. And afterwards, when we're asking for explanation, because I heard the word accountability being used. I don't know how people thought out, the idea or the fantasy of accounting for somebody who's died. They've died, they're not coming back again. But that needs clarification, Governor Sakaja, if you're listening, because that should not be the case. I think brief scoop was next. Over to you, brief scoop.
Asante Maj, and just want to reiterate, yes, Constitution is a document, and while, yes, this process is within the constitution. To Risasi's point, and to, I believe it was Achieng earlier, these documents are meant to serve us. They are not meant, we are not meant to serve them. And I want to ask Daktari to that point, should we already be thinking about the future? What comes after this? Because I do believe that this is a foregone conclusion that Kenyans are coming out. We'll keep this up. We have to keep this up because actually at this point we have no choice. We've started this fight, and quite frankly, we don't have a choice. Retreat is not an option. So should we? Is it too soon? Is it too early? Can we be discussing simultaneously what comes next? And to that point, does this constitution serve us sufficiently? There are components that do, but does it do so sufficiently? I think you want to already answer, so I'll use them.
So, brief scoop, let me answer you quickly. I want you to go to my Twitter handle and read the document of yesterday. Please read it completely up to the end. And then digest it, because your answer is there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Check what Daktari is posting and check all the things he's trying to answer some other things on our Twitter handle. So you can get more answers on the same.
I actually posted it more than 3 hours ago.
All right. Needy Joe, I see your hand. Then Joe Karani, then Mwangi, then Levy. That way.
Yes, thank you for the platform. And asante sana Prof kwa kuwa available to give us guidance. Mine is to tell all the comrades heckle, because so far so good. Good work has been done. So I want to say this. So far we've seen these guys trying to do this thing we call divide and rule. And I'd like to urge each and every one of us who's listening here that don't be misguided, don't be intimidated, be fearless. This is a good cause, and we are fighting for our country. Again, we should continue pressing the hashtag Ruto must go. And he must go with his regime in its entirety. Again, we must also continue to press on the issue of the IEBC. As we go to the streets tomorrow, let's all come out in large numbers, because I am sure wherever we're headed is the right direction. We need to come out, because we need to show this thing is serious than it was last week. Finally, I'd like to say this. Everything that we are doing is because of our country. So let no one deceive you or intimidate you against standing up for your right. So tomorrow we say it's 10 million strong. Come out in large numbers. Let's do whatever we are supposed to do. But again, we insist on peaceful demonstrations. Let's shun things that may tarnish our name and our image, so that whatever we are fighting for, it's a good cause. And at the end of the day, when we approach it in a peaceful manner, tactically and strategically, we shall be able to conquer. So we are together in this, 10 million strong tomorrow. Let's meet. Thank you.
I think as because there are so many requests, there are so many requests that are coming in. I think we can stick. Remember our main speaker is Daktari, so most of the questions should go towards him, and you also now make a brief comment on how yesterday's presidential roundtable with the media made you feel. What was your feeling after the interview? How did you feel? Were you like empathetic to him? Were you like you can give him a second chance? And then when it comes now to the questions of how we'll tackle this, I think those ones, constitutional questions, can be directed to Daktari. Us will just be giving guidance on how we proceed. So please, when you get your mic, There are so many requests. Don't take a lot of time. At least 5 minutes maximum, guys. So after 5 minutes, we'll be ringing the bell on you.
Actually, Kingsman, we can reduce to even 3. 5 minutes we will not manage like yesterday.
Three.
Yeah.
I think 3 is
Thank you.
okay.
Back to you, Kingsman.
So I've seen no one.
Levi
Please raise
was
your
to
hand if
come.
you want.
Levi, Joe, Mwangi, then Yaradwen. Levi, Joe,
Okay.
Mwangi, then Yaradwen. Yep. Go ahead, Levi.
Patriots, revolutionists, thank you so much for this platform and giving an opportunity for people to ventilate their ideas and their questions on this issue. I also pass my regards to Dr. Miguna for coming here to give some guidance. I'm an advocate also by profession and a student of different means of protest, and that's what I'm going to address. There are so many other means of protest that we've not included in our fight. We'll have to incorporate everything that is within our means if we are to succeed on the overriding objective of having this government resign or go down. I'll start by the notion of Gen Z. A revolution ordinarily is started by a group of people. So let us denounce the notion that this revolution belongs to Gen Z. I've gone to the street several times, of course, and you'd come back and people would ask you, are you a Gen Z? This is not a Gen Z revolution. This is a revolution that is started by Gen Z. For a revolution to be successful, all parties must come in, all generations must actually join this cause. And I'll actually be very happy the day I'll see a grandfather, a father, a son, or a grandchild all in the streets. I remember that was what was happening in Tahrir Square at the peak of the Arab Spring in Egypt. So let us make an effort to bring everybody on board. Let's bring all classes on board. Let's bring all ages on board. And that's the only way we can succeed in this course. I'll also address the issue of walkouts. There are many professions in this country. Myself, as a lawyer, I had to adjourn my matter that is coming up tomorrow so that I can participate in the protest. I make the formal application today in court that I cannot attend a hearing tomorrow because of protest. For this revolution to succeed, patriots, we need to talk to every professional and pressurize them to start normalizing walking out of their jobs. Doctors at some point will have to walk out of hospitals at a specific time to show their solidarity to the revolution. I keep wondering, why are schools still operating normally? The teachers, there are a big number in Kenya who have a lot of influence in the villages. We have to find a way of incorporating them, let them walk out of the schools. Students were the first victims of Ruto when he actually tear gassed them with the intention of grabbing their land next to Weston. Students will also have to join the protest by walking out of schools and carrying placards in schools. So let us expand the scope of our revolution. Let us expand the scope outside the street to go to offices, to go to schools, to go to hospitals, and actually even to go to courts. Now, what we are doing is essentially in law, I'll call it civil disobedience. Civil disobedience is enshrined in Article 1 of the Constitution, as Dictatorial and other lawyers have talked about it. And someone has mentioned the Constitution serves humanity. The Constitution is actually a product of democracy. And therefore, the people have a right to go to the streets and exercise democracy directly. Something like nudity. At some point in this long journey towards this government, we'll have to invoke nudity, if possible, as a form of resistance, where on attack by the police, people in mass with a plan will have to strip so that any attack from the police is actually stopped by that specific means of resistance. I'll also address the issue of our revolutionists and comrades who are abroad, you have a role to play. Ensure that you mobilize Kenyans in cities across the world. As the Daktari has noted with a lot of precision, Ruto is a lover of attention. He fears the white man. He wants to be accepted within the company of the likes of Biden. That should not be allowed. In foreign capitals in the world, it has started and it should continue. Let Kenyans stand up and tell the foreign governments that you are dealing with a dangerous person. Do not be lied by this person. It is also a high time that ICC is flooded with petitions from Kenya. That there is a war criminal, there is a person who is committing crimes against humanity on the loose. He has been your client before. He is back on rampage. Ensure that you send petitions to ICC. I'll be sharing that process. It's a very simple process, and everyone, not a lawyer alone, has a right to complain. That is what happened in Gaza, and you can see the results. Finally, the ICC actually is pursuing an indiction against Netanyahu and his accomplices. The same applies in Kenya. What is happening is crimes against humanity, and we have a role to proceed and petition the ICC to do the necessary. Comrades and patriots, what I'm saying in short is that pressure must come from all directions. The enemy is dangerous, the enemy is insidious, the enemy is sly. Let us take pressure from all directions to achieve the overriding objective of this government resigning from power or leaving power by any peaceful, legal way necessary. Thank you.
Thank you so much Wakili, tumekupatia time mingi kwa sababu you were saying very very good things there.
Hillary.
Then yes Daktari.
Hello.
Yes Daktari, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hillary.
Yes
I
Daktari.
can't hear anybody.
Kingsman.
We can
Raj,
hear you.
can you hear me?
I can hear Hillary
Okay.
too.
I wanted
Yeah.
to say something very quickly. I think the contributions are very good, but I would urge us to remain very focused. Our agenda is to bring down the regime. It's not to disrupt civilians. Our agenda is to stop Ruto from his ongoing tyranny. It's not to make life uncomfortable for fellow Kenyans. So let's get that very, very clearly. If we are not targeted, then we can't succeed. So if somebody was to say that we are 10 million people on the street and we are targeting public spaces, say, for example, Arambe House, State House, any space where these vagrants stay or work or purport to work, that is legitimate. But I would be very careful about occupying a hostel that would be there to treat those that they have abused and assaulted and injured. Because we want doctors to continue working so that they can treat the injured so that they can preserve life. So those who are free can join us, but it can't be by force. We can't force anybody to demonstrate. We can't force anybody to protest. People would have to exercise their democratic right to stay away from the protest. That's part of the society that we want to build. There is no society we will create that is based on force. We will be replicating Ruto. We will not be solving any problem. So let's be very clear. We want to solve a problem, and our solution cannot imitate the problem. Our solution has to be better than the problem.
Thank you so much, Dr. for that clarification, which is indeed very important. We do not want to disrupt any activities, and we also really at this point out that the demonstrators should really align to the given given laws while expressing their rights. Hillary, whom did you queue next? Okay.
Maj, can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you.
Oh, all right. I queue in Joe Karani Mwangi, then
Okay.
Nyaragwen.
Joe
Karani, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead, man.
A good evening to you all.
Evening.
I really want to thank Dr. Miguna for keeping us, making us stand on business. Because for me, mine is very small. It's just something that I've noted during this movement. And I think it is important that we point it out and understand this. So we're at a time where our selfish ambitions have to be put aside. We have to sort of do what is best for the group. Now, I'll talk about it by using illustrations. At the end of last week, there are two people who gave in to their selfish ambitions and derailed the conversation around the movement. I don't want to mention their names, but you know who they are, the music guy and the other car guy. They gave into their selfish ambitions and derailed what we're doing for this country. And now I will use another illustration of somebody else who ignored the noise and just went ahead and did what was good for the group. And I can mention her name, Hanifa. We dragged her through the mud. We said all sorts of things about her, but she stayed on business and did what she had planned for that day, which was go to each and every injured Shuja or somebody, all the ones who had passed and had been killed by this Ruto regime and take care of them. By the end of the day, we were already talking about the entire conversation around that whole thing was how Hanifa had managed to do what NHIF has tried to do and failed, and they're even creating something new, and it's going to still fail. So we need to really think in everything that you do, everything that you say, that tweet you're tweeting. Tomorrow when you're going out, be your brothers and sisters' keeper. Remember, just do what is good for the group and put away your selfish ambitions, because I don't want another situation where we're divided and conquered, because I fear Ruto winning, and this man cannot win. You guys saw him yesterday in that interview. Oh my God. He cannot win, and we cannot let him win. I know I've heard all of you, and I know each and every one of us wants a better Kenya, and that's what we're fighting for. So let's keep up the fight. Let's to talk kesho, see what 10 million. Let us fight for a better Kenya. Maze, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Karani. We have several tweets coming in and some reports that all other counties, so many counties are ready, and young people are. There are many people. Some have now starting
I
even.
can't hear anything.
Dr. Miguna, can you hear me?
No, it's only now I'm hearing you. I was not hearing you before.
Okay. Let Hillary try to speak again, and then.
Dr. Can you hear me? I think Dr. is
And
not
Maj, can
hearing me.
you let Kigame speak? I know probably he has not requested, but I see him in the crowd, and it would be important probably to hear his voice.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me send him the mic. And can you, Dr. Miguna, can you hear Hillary as I bring on Dr. Kigame?
I can't hear Hillary.
Okay, Hillary. Dr. cannot hear you, but if you leave, the space is gonna drop. Let me see. Let me text you and see how we can proceed with this.
Dr. can drop, then come back. I think maybe that can work.
Okay, that's also possible. But Ruben Kigame, we would like to hear from you. Please pick the mic. Let me send you the mic. And so, as we continue, there's somebody has requested me to ask, because there's a breaking news that Sakaja states that the demonstrations are not going to go on in in Nairobi tomorrow. Is this because they have a flyer and then they have an Citizen TV logo on it? Please, if let's take the next 5 minutes to confirm if that is true before we have somebody comment on it. Hillary, who is next?
Let Nyaradwen. Mwangi, are you here? Mwangi. Nyaradwen, go ahead. Nyaradwen?
Thank you, Hilary, and everyone today on this space. My question, yes, I can see Dr. here. My question was to Dr. Miguna. Dr. I'm happy we are with you today. And we have realized that this war is not only about us. There are infights within the same government. And as our protest has always been peaceful, and I insist we have always been peaceful. Nobody is going to convince me otherwise, because I saw policemen shoot at shops with live rounds. So it is the police. And then there was also some people that came in later, and apparently these people had weapons. But I am sure those people are not Gen Zs. Now, to Dr. For the sake of protecting ourselves, because myself, I'll have to be on the ground tomorrow. For the sake of protecting ourselves and our young people, there is this infight that is going on between the president and his deputy, and also other people involved, I don't know. And you realize there are chances that maybe these other people, civilians with crude weapons, are sponsored. Right now, I'm seeing something going around on the social media. During 2023 finance bill or cost of living protest, they called themselves Nairobi Business Community. Today, they're calling themselves Nairobi Youth Business Community. And these are the same people who unleash war on I call it war on innocent citizens. Now, is there a way? Is there, being somebody who's on the know-how, is there a way we can identify ourselves without having been the target? Dr. Thank you. I'll drop my speaker so you can have somebody else.
Thank you. Yeah, please go on.
Yes, thank you. Nyaradwen, I understand what you are saying. Yes, we do have a problem, which normally in political science they basically call elite fracture. So there are divisions within the executive, but that should not concern us. Those are their own problems. We should not care about their problems, and we should not focus on their problems. The people that were sponsored, the people that came with weapons, were sponsored by the same government. I believe these people were Farouk sponsored, they were Oscar Sudi sponsored, they were Ruto sponsored. I think they are using Rigathi Gachagua as a red herring. Rigathi Gachagua is not part of the protests, so they cannot bring him in. He's part of them. He's Ruto's deputy. He appointed him, and he's in government, and he's part of the problem. So let us not be diverted. I think that if we are all dressed the same, it's difficult because it's quite a large number, and some people don't have the ability to make T-shirts or to buy. But if we can, I think that dressing in white and black and green were the three colors that were chosen. And for people who can carry the flag, water, everybody should carry water if they can, because it helps with the tear gas. And then just stay together. Don't spread out. Spreading out opens up those who spread out as easy targets of attack. Because once you are alone, that's how they cornered Rex. Once they find you alone on the street, they can shoot you and there is no accountability. Nobody's taking pictures. Nobody can come to your aid. So as much as possible, let us be together, and let us be together in huge numbers that they cannot confront. Ruto is weak and down. Yes, they say that he's lethal when he's down, but I can assure you right now, Ruto is defanged. He has no poison, he has no teeth. He has to go with this entire regime.
Thank you so much, Dr. And another thing, and Yaradun, that was a very good question there. Another thing that I hear people speak about on the streets a lot is that, you know, the division that Yaradun is expressing now, that, you know, they could be fighting each other, which doesn't appear to make sense because, as Dr. rightly says, they're one team. So constitutionally, if one resigns, the other has to go with it. So I think that idea of letting citizens think that they're fighting each other is just a propaganda there to try to bring in the tribe issue again, and just to just bring in divisive aspects into the conversation. Godfather. Godfather.
Godfather, your turn.
Thank you, Madge. Thank you, Hillary, Madge, the co-host, Kingsman, and our key speaker, the General, Dr. Miguna, the speakers that have already given their views so far, as well as those who are going to give, and our honorable listeners. This is a very important conversation, and I just wanted to retaliate that this is the week, and as the General stated, the only option is to march forward to put more pressure, to apply pressure so that we can have the government go home in entirety. So we are trying to look into that. But as we look at that, the issues that are coming up, and these will be playing at on the ground tomorrow, are the magic of numbers. How then do we stick together if the tear gas comes? You know, Nyaragden will be, for instance, will be on the ground. Tear gas may likely disperse the populace. So is there any scientific way of trying to control the crowd so that they remain in numbers, so that we can try to reduce the numbers of the fatalities and the injured by the police? Because that is something that is still a concern, as much as we must march forward. That is the first part. The second part, how can we document the atrocities that are being committed by the police? Because eventually we need to hold them accountable after the fact. Because we've seen, for instance, yesterday's interview of Ruto, Mr. Ruto, in our State House. He doesn't seem to understand what's going on. He seems to be living in a different world altogether. He doesn't have the empathy, even, you know, when we talk about a child has been shot over 7 times or 8 times. His response is, isn't he alive? You know, these are some of the issues we're looking at. So, or we're looking at someone who we must get out of power by all means possible. And we expect that they're also likely to use a lot of force. So how do we document these atrocities that are likely to be committed by the police and other criminals, so that we can try and also hold them accountable after the fact, apart from the citizen journalism, which I believe most of them will be having smartphones to try and record this. But we see them, they have the advantage of having the CCTV cameras to try and get the looters. But how do we also hold them accountable moving forward? Thank you, Madge.
Thank you so much, Godfather. Kingsman, go.
Imagine maybe just to contribute on the issue that is going around about the rift between the president and his deputy. I think that is their problem as KK, and even from my tweets, I've kept on saying that whether, like, I saw the deputy president saying that like his sons didn't approve him supporting the deputy president, then I think those are elite issues and they are not our issues. So whether they already, as a people, we have said we are tired with the KK. So if there is a rift between them, then it is when they are divided, the easier they fall. So it is better for us as a unit that they keep on having infights, because when they are divided, then it is easier for us to attack. So for me, let's not give airtime to this, because it's just a diversionary tactic that they are trying to. I don't think if these two, they know a lot about each other that they cannot let go at this point in time. So my sentiment is, let's not try to uh, uh, give oxygen or life to the sentiments that they are having between them. They are deputy, and it's that is their own issue. Our issue is about tomorrow, about Occupy. It's about our issues as a people united together as 57 million of us. So hata wakiamua sahii waenda wakulane mangumi huko State House Road, walimane, that is none of our, wapigane, whatever their problem is, we don't give a hoot. So let's focus on the cause, and the cause is about us being on the road tomorrow, in the streets, everywhere in this country, marching peacefully, 10 million of us.
Thank you, Kingsman. Thank you so much. Frederick, go ahead. Frederick, then young adults, then Deborah, on that order.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon to host and the host and our guest speaker. Mine goes to the general. The citizens are not rebellious and they are not armed, but they have a second layer of safety net, which is courts. And courts have given direct court orders that police should not use tear gas, should not abduct people, but they continue doing so. As citizens, or as the courts, what should now the courts do or judges do to ensure that citizens are protected? Because these orders are given, no one takes them seriously. They are just treated as paper. So what should citizens do? Because there are no arms for them. Should now courts pronounce themselves and say that now also we are downing our tools so that they can be able to protect citizens, to ensure that these court orders have some effect? Thank you.
So I can answer that if you allow me.
Go ahead, Dr.
Hillary.
Yeah, Mike, tell him to go ahead.
Can you
I
hear
think he's
me?
not.
Is everybody hearing me?
Daktari, go ahead. Daktari, go ahead.
Okay,
Can you
so
proceed? Yeah.
the short answer, my friend, I start with the last question. The short answer is the courts don't have the power to enforce their own orders, because their orders are supposed to be enforced by the police, the same police that are using tear gas, that are assaulting, that are maiming, that are abducting, that are torturing and killing innocent Kenyans. If you recall, in not so long a time, I had 35 court orders saying I was a Kenyan, I should be allowed to be in my own country, my house should not have been destroyed, I should not have been removed. They never obeyed them for 5 years. So don't think that the animal has changed. This wild beast is still the same one. The same Koome that was heading the Nairobi police is now the IG of police of Kenya. Most of the abductors and assaulters and torturers are now both in uniform and in civilian clothing, which means that we go back to what we were saying from yesterday, and I've been saying consistently on my part for years now. The power is in our hands. Ultimately, we have resorted back to the default, which is clause 1 of the Constitution. The sovereignty is now vested in us, and it's up to us to enforce all the laws that should have been enforced by the police. But of course, we don't have weapons, and we are doing so peacefully. And that's all we have to continue doing. But to do that effectively requires that we show up in large numbers. That's the only way to do so effectively. Essentially, to occupy all the spaces. And if and when we do, because I don't think that it's been done as effective as we can, then there will be no tear gas. The police will be rendered impotent. There is no police that can throw tear gas to 10 million people in the CBD, for example. That would be suicide. So they won't do it. So the next question was with respect to, I don't know if it was the fact that they have weapons and we don't, or they can come with weapons and we don't. And I think my answer still remains the same, that if we are 10 million strong, that they won't be able to do that. I think that is where we are. That is what we have to emphasize, that everything relies on the turnout. And if we remain peaceful and people can see a regime shooting at peaceful protesters, the regime loses credibility and legitimacy. Regime falls on its own weight. Even the UN, and we do have people supporting us from all the way from the UN and many of these governments right now, they will denounce the government. It will be a pariah regime, and it will be subject to indictment, and their leaders will be subject to prosecution in many jurisdictions. There are other things that are happening that I will not disclose, but there are other things we are doing. There are other things we must do. So those who work for international organizations that are here and are listening, you know what to do. Those who are practicing law internationally, you know what to do. Many of them are aware of what happened to Pinochet in Spain. Pinochet was the biggest dictator and tyrant in the 1980s and early 90s. And a small magistrate in a small town in Spain arrested Pinochet in Spain. And that was the end. So don't think that Ruto is above the law internationally. He is not, and he knows that. And we are going to deal with him perpendicularly both in Kenya and abroad. Be assured of that. We are not resting, we are not sleeping, and we will not let him go free. We brought down Moi, and he had to accept to bring multipartyism after 24 years. What is Ruto with less than 2 years? So there should be no fear. Some of us don't fear Ruto. I have to disclose, because this I did not disclose yesterday. I have spoken with Ruto myself 4 separate times about tracking, locating, and repatriating money that was stolen by Uhuru Kenyatta and stashed abroad. Because some of us have traced the money, we know where the money is. We know how much it is. And I have told them, this money is more than enough to wipe out the debt that you are complaining about and put Kenya on a trajectory of becoming a first world. And William Ruto has never reverted back to me. He told me once to put it in writing, and I did, and he never responded. So this is not a person we can give a pass. This is not a person we can excuse anymore. Instead of overtaxing Kenyans, we have told him what the solution is. We know where the money is. We know it is in its trillions. We know what the debt of Kenya is. We know this money is capable of wiping the debt and developing Kenya, and you don't have to tax anyone. Not to the level that he's trying to do. And he has refused to do it. Instead, he goes behind our back, cuts deals with people like Matiang'i so that he gets his cut, so that he can bank it in Dubai and other places. We know what they are doing. So I want us to be very, very clear. William Ruto is not capable of being reformed. Thank you.
Daktari, on that same note, I've had a problem about this thing called odious debt. We are being told we owe trillions of billions in terms of dollars. That is like external debt from IMF, from I don't know where. Is it possible we audit everything and then we know the real debt that has been used in development? Because I understand our constitution says that a debt, an external debt, should only be used for development projects, only and only then. There's a Eurobond that came in and it never go to Nairobi. We do not know the whereabouts of that money. I saw the interest mature the other day. I think they paid around 165 billion not long ago. So when we are able to do this, and now Ruto is out of the equation. Daktari, can we get this IMF and everyone, and even ask them if you know the Kenyan constitution, because ignorance is not a defense before a court of law.
But
if they knew,
my brother, to
yes,
cut
Daktari.
the long story short, let us not put the cart before the horse. Right now, we should focus on mobilizing so that, and making sure people are safe, and I have said safety is in our numbers, before we deal with the details of auditing the debt. You will not be able to get the records and be able to record competently until they're out of power. So our agenda right now is to remove Ruto. Then we can do all those other things. Because they have not disclosed this information in a credible manner. For example, they are saying they paid debt, this amount, this amount. Have you seen the evidence of payment of debt? No, we haven't. They have not published it. They have not shown us the transactions. Another thing is, there is money that they have been collecting from, let's say, unclaimed assets. People who just stole money and they are unclaimed. Or money that have been repatriated from people that stole, let's say, Chicken Gate. This guy's, the money was supposed to have been returned from London, England. We have not seen any evidence of that money, where it went, or even this money that EACC says it keeps recouping or recovering from thieves, or cutting deals and saying that they have gotten 100 or 200, 235 million or whatever, and they have recovered from this or that person. We have not seen any record of any of that. So there is a lot of issues, but we don't want to be lost in all those details. We have to be focused on the superstructure. The superstructure is the dissolution of government, and then the process of reconstituting a new dispensation, a new state, a new republic, so that we can start afresh. Kenya is not an independent state. Kenya is still a colonial state, and Ruto is a puppet of the West. Everything he does on behalf of Washington first and foremost, then London, then the other capitals. Kenya comes, if at all, in the footnotes. You saw it when he spoke yesterday. He couldn't even acknowledge 8 bullets on a minor. He couldn't acknowledge the boy who was killed in Rongai for no reason. He couldn't even acknowledge that. He couldn't acknowledge 24 bodies at the morgue that the Kenya National Commission of Human Rights confirmed they have seen. He got into an argument over that, then got personal with Linus Kaikai over an issue that we know is so personal, and it involves a woman in the 1980s, 1990s. Ruto is not a leader. Ruto is not a legitimate president and cannot govern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Can I go briefly, Daktari?
Who's speaking? Benji. Benji, I'll give you the mic in a few. So I just wanted to say that there are 2 people who have
Daktari,
messaged
can
me.
I go briefly?
Benji, can you
Benji,
hear me?
please put your hand up. Put your hand up if you
Oh,
want to
Pole.
speak. There are a lot of people who are on the queue, and then you will be given the mic.
So as I was saying, there are two people who have messaged me now. One of them is requesting Kenyans in Kenya to use VPN while spacing. And another one, as I just said, he's from the candle lighting event of one of the fallen heroes. So I will add him to the mic, and then he can also share about that. Hilary, you'd queued in Deborah, right?
She can
Deborah,
go ahead.
go.
Can go ahead.
Thank you, Hillary and Marge, for this. I just want to also add a sentiment on the infighting within the government. To me, I think it's a good cop, bad cop. So one cop is a good cop and the other one is a bad cop. So we should not have any side shows with that. That's their own problem. Now, a question that I have for Dr. Miguna. We watched when Keter was being abducted. What can the citizen do? Because people were there videotaping. There were cars also there. Could also citizens stop this arrest? You jam, when they have the car, all the citizens jam and say you cannot do this. Or is that dangerous? That's number one, a question for Miguna. Another thing I also want to say, this year is election year in the United States. We need to bombard the State Department with emails, with Twitter, with pictures of the people who have been killed, with pictures of the demo, and also tagging Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Also Biden, they read these things. They want to be in the good books because in November there's election. So we have an opportune time. Let's put pressure everywhere that we can and tell them what you're doing is wrong. You need to denounce this. You need to denounce people who are being killed on the streets. So that's also how we can put pressure. So thank you very much, and also condolences to the people who've lost their lives.
Thanks, Deborah. And now we move to academia. And Dr. you can chime in anytime. Academia, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. My 2 minutes. I think the system is rotten to the core, and anything that they are doing, the only option we have is to remove the regime completely. And thereafter, we can have a new system that can deal with the questions that people are asking. And because, again, you need the state to protect you, and the same state is against you. So what do? You get it out of your way and then get a state that can protect or can work in the interest of the common man or the interest of the country. So I think that's the most important thing. Secondly, I urge people to turn in large numbers, as Dr. Miguna said. And this Dr. Miguna said long time ago. I used to watch him when I was there, I think first year or second year at the university, on NTV. He used to say that the only way that we can get Kenya on the right road is to complete overhaul of the system. And this is the time that we have to use. Otherwise, if we go into the judiciary and all those things, there's a lot of things that happen in judiciary. And therefore, the main focus that we should do now, how do we get the rotten regime out of our way? That is the big question that we have, because we only have one thing to do. One question, how do we get this government out? That is one fundamental thing that we need to do. So everything should revolve around the best way, constitutionally or democratically, whichever way, we can get this government out so that we get what can work for us, because it doesn't work for us. It has never worked for the common man. So this is an installation that was put in place to serve the interest of politicians or politics or other people's interest, not the citizens' interest. As I end, I want to say that there is no, the first article in the Constitution talks about the power of people and shall be exercised in accordance with the same constitution that we gave ourselves and the governing authority to exercise everything, but we retain the absolute power. So we are now going direct to govern ourselves directly. So nobody should question what people are doing, because that is the essence of this constitution, is that we protect it indirectly or directly. But the first thing comes is you may exercise it directly before indirectly. So what does that mean? It means that it recognizes that the power belongs to the citizens first before we delegate it to any other person. So let us use that. There is no any other article that comes above Article 1, and that Article 1 recognizes the power of people. So any other question should revolve around the sovereign power that belongs to people, a period. Anything we are not going to listen to. We are going to use that and get our country back on the track. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Academia. Hillary, go.
I wanted
Daktari
to
naona
intervene
kamefungua.
just briefly,
Okay.
please. Yeah.
Go
So,
on.
Maj, there was a question that was asked of me about, and it is an important question. What do we do if we are in the situation that Keter found himself in, being abducted on the street? And you saw people standing by and whatnot. I think the Keter question, if I address it directly, the people who were standing did the right thing. They recorded what is happening. They gave it to the press. And then there was public pressure. Then Keter got released the same day. That is what should be done when you are not enough. They were not enough. They could not have fought with those men with guns. And they were just like 2 or 3 or 4. So if you are not enough, the best course of action is to record and then disseminate the information. However, like in the case that I gave the example yesterday, where they came and wanted to abduct me from the Intercon on the 30th of June 2018, when on my way to go to Uhuru Park in order to swear Raila in, I called in the NRM troops from Uhuru Park who surrounded the hotel, the Intercon, and prevented the abduction. So if you can get enough people to surround the abductors, you can prevent the abduction, plus you record it at the same time. However, if you find yourself in a situation like I found myself in, on the 2nd of February 2018, when they came at 3:30 a.m. in the morning in the darkness, hiding in darkness, broke through my gate, blew through my door, and then wanted to abduct me, the only thing you can do is send messages to people who can then come towards where you are if it is at night, so that they can either try to prevent it or at least record the abduction. You recall on the 2nd of February 2018 that there were a lot of people around my house, even in the morning when they were abducting me. They shot them with tear gas and almost, I think, injured quite a number of people and still abducted me. But they recorded it. So what I'm saying is that the circumstances of the situation would dictate what is to be done. If you are alone, you cannot fight with them with your bare hands. So just record the information. But if you are enough, you can overpower them. That is why the million number plus is important. Because if we are a million plus, they cannot abduct anybody. They cannot shoot at anybody. They will not be able to do anything. We will overpower them by our sheer numbers, even if unharmed. So really, that is the strategy. It is the simplest. It is the most effective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Would you rather we go one by one, or I take like 3 speakers and then you respond, Dr. Would you prefer?
I think three or four would be better. Some of them just want to make comments, so they can go ahead.
Okay.
So that we can go quickly.
Okay, fine. Hamix and then Samuel and Okombo in that order.
Hi everyone, are you guys able to hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, you're good.
2
We can
minutes
hear you.
Thank you
each,
very
please.
much. Okay, thank you very much. So my points are very clear. I just want to make some commentary. And Dr. Miguna, you have no idea what you're doing to this movement. You're really emboldening us. I joined the space yesterday, and I heard everything. You know, you're very objective. The things that we need to do, we need to be very objective, and that really sparked a fire in me. And then there's this video that has been going rounds, I don't know, by some young guy on the streets who was, you know, that video spoke to me, and I just felt like I need to be on the streets tomorrow. And for the first time I was like, I'm not even afraid to die, because there is strength in our numbers, and that is something that we really need to do. I mean, we need to turn up in large numbers, because if we give Ruto a chance, he's gonna come and finish us all. And one thing I also want to say is about, let's not buy into this government propaganda. I think government is using old tactics to, you know, try and solve, you know, emerging issues, which is not going to work. So we already know their old tactics, which are already washed out. You know, they're trying to sell us fear, you know, telling us the military is on the streets. But I'm so happy that people are still going to turn up. They're trying to create a lot of misinformation and propaganda just to cause a lot of fear. They're still going to, you know, they're still abducting people. So they're abducting people. You see what they did to Gabby, they did to Shadi. I mean, these are people who are very vocal, who, I mean, like Gabriel Oguda kept us very entertained on the internet, but we haven't seen him. But you see, these were, you know, the Twitter giants. But at the same time, just because they're not vocal at this time, there's other people who've come up. So if I know the government is here, the NIS is here, and they're listening, I just want to let them know that you can abduct 1 million of us, but there's still 1 million of others who are going to come up. I mean, the cells, the abductions, your Subarus are not going to be enough for, you know, to accommodate all of us. So those are the things I just want to say. And also, just this is a formal request to Dr. Miguna to just ask him to unblock me, because the reason why he blocked me is because we disagreed on Ruto. So I guess we are on the same side at this moment. So Dr. Miguna, kindly unblock me. I really would love to, you know, feed from your knowledge, and just your voice is very, you know, you're strong, and you have no idea what that is doing to the rest of us, even the ones who are afraid of going to the streets. That is something that is really emboldening us. But thanks for holding
So if somebody
this
could
space.
text me your handle, because I don't see you, I don't know what your handle is. That would be helpful.
Yeah,
Hillary,
okay.
I will
Hillary,
do that.
please
No,
Let's
just
text
have
text
that.
Dr.
me.
Let's have
Miguna
that
my
Yeah,
sorted on the side, Hamix.
yeah,
We heard
okay,
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Hillary is gonna do that, and so of course I've also had to unblock a few people so that they can participate. But if unblocked, there's a reason why you were blocked. So if unblocked, please don't continue the tirades of insult, because you know, we're all human beings, and I think we have a right to also decide if we want to keep off negative negativity out there.
And remind them to follow each other much. Remind them to follow each other. Yes. Okay. As we go on,
Yes,
who's coming
and
in?
it's very important, because now we want to be disseminating information, and so build the network by following each other. The co-hosts, the speakers, look left and right and follow each other. Now, next, just 2 minutes each. I think the Okombo, you're next, and then Nelson. Okombo, can you hear me? Then Nelson, take a go.
I think
Hi, man.
Benji also wanted to speak. I think you should allow him to speak.
Yes, I cannot see him. I
Okay,
tried
okay.
to text him. I cannot see him. Nelson, speak as I try to get Benji on.
All right. Mine is not a question because Dr. Miguna has gone through so much and has explained extensively our action plan, and I allowed him for that. And thank you for being here because you have been in this fight for a long time and you have experience which most of us do not have because we are either Gen Zs or millennials, but we have the energy and the courage and the bravery to continue the fight. So thank you for leading the way and showing us, what to do. It's very much needed. My comment is going to be this. What we are experiencing right now in Kenya is referred to as a critical juncture. And critical junctures in history have been the turning point of many countries. There was critical junctures that made industrial revolution possible in England. There was critical junctures in America that made slave trade to end. So and right now Kenya, we are at this point, and it is so important that we use this critical juncture to move our country to the right direction. And as Dr. Miguna says, this is the right opportunity to reboot the country. It's actually the right opportunity to reboot the system because we have been subjected to a critical juncture where it's like a crossroad. We either go the way we are used to, or we change, we make a complete U-turn, and the whole country is ready for that. It's exactly what we saw in other countries when they had this exact moment, like what we have today. So it's very important for us to seize this moment and to actually change our entire system and lead our country to prosperity so that Africa can, we can lead Africa and Africa can follow suit. Also, what I wanted to say is that those people who are fearing that Ruto will shoot people like he has been ordering, like we saw the ex-military guy shooting at protesters at parliament. I just want to tell you that this small push that we have made in the last 2 weeks has made Ruto to be so scared. He withdrew the finance bill. He withdrew the land amendment bill. He has said on record yesterday that he will withdraw the funding to the wives of Kinam Davadi and those first ladies and all that. Only this pressure has made this change that we have seen. Though it's small, but you can see that what we are doing is not something that is going to waste. So even as we go towards Ruto must go, just know that it's gonna happen. And this critical juncture is not an isolated case. It is something that has happened in different countries around the world. And the countries that they took it in the right way, they actually changed, and it changed their history completely, and they became first world countries. So I just want to encourage everyone. And do not think that just because we are in the diaspora, that's why we are beating the drums of war. No, it's because we have, we love our country. Like for me, I'm in Europe. Every day I walk in the streets, I see how the roads are made, even in the villages, the systems are working. And I'm like, why can't we be like this? This is the moment to make our country to be like that, so that Ruto does not have to send our sons and daughters to Saudi Arabia to become slaves and to be paid minimum wage, because no one in these countries will pay you like they pay themselves. They will pay you minimum wage, and it's even lower than minimum wage, because I saw Ruto was saying some people will be paid $1,500. That's below minimum wage in most countries, like in Europe, in Saudi Arabia. In Saudi Arabia, the salaries are even 10 times higher than in Europe. So if you're being paid $1,500, this is you're a slave. You're a slave. So Ruto is sending Kenyans to become slaves in these countries. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Nelson. And can we please try to stick to 2 minutes each? And Benji,
Would you please give me a chance to speak, because you gave me a chance but the mic seems there was a problem.
okay, there's a lot of mic issues.
But I think as much as they come back, they need to raise their hands
Yes,
so that
yes. So
you cannot just
Tabitha and
talk.
then Paul, and 2 minutes each. So that let me explain Once your 1 minute is over, I'm going to raise my hand, and then that means you only have 1 minute to go. So once you start speaking, kindly check on my profile, at least for time orientation, because there are many people who are waiting. And let me try to add Benji again. I don't know what's wrong with his handle. He dropped again. Tabitha, and then Paul. No, there was Wakili. Tabitha, and then MC Wakili. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Marge. I hope you can hear me all. I'm
Can you, Tabi?
yes,
Yeah,
Tabitha
go ahead.
Kutu. I come from Sierra County. I am so happy that at such a point we are having a conversation that is creating change and is going to create impact in what you'd like to see in terms of governance and how things should run in Kenya. I have a question to Dr. Miguna. On Thursday last week, I was preparing to host a summit for the youth in Sia County. And I was, as I was going through the town, and there was the protest by the youth in our county, and I witnessed a shooting of one youth by the police in Sia town, as one person who was trying to ask questions of why would you shoot a young person who's really protesting about the very hard situation of life, and the youth was just crying that they have graduated, they don't have employment, and the police ganged up, and the people who surrounded me were saying that there had to be one person to die for the youth to, calm down and, try to do these things in an orderly way. So as a person who felt agitated, what can I really do? Because I really feel that if it is not addressed, then many other youth are in the process, even in the next protests, are going to have this kind of fatalities. They're going to perhaps be shot dead again. And yet what they're asking for, and what we are really asking for as the young people, is a transformative way of governance and our issues to be had. So how do we move from here? And what is the role of the general community? Because I believe that we have a role to play. So how do you deal with such a situation where others feel like it's vindicated or it's okay that the police had to use one youth so that other youths could stop being rowdy as they claim? How do you deal with this?
Thank you so much, Tabitha. Maybe Benji can go, and then Dr. will answer those questions. Benji, over to you.
Much obliged. Thank you, everybody. Thanks, Dr. Miguna, my friend. I just want to express my deep disappointment.
Is it talking really much? Nobody's
No,
speaking.
Benji is speaking, but I think somebody is tampering with your mic as the host. But you cannot drop, because if you drop,
Okay.
you're gonna the whole space is gonna drop. He is indeed speaking. I'll text you what you can do. But Benji, please
All
proceed.
right.
Yes,
Go ahead.
madam. I was just saying that I'm deeply disappointed and, to be honest, extremely concerned. Here is a country in a deep crisis of the president's own making. We have now, for more than 2 weeks, just been completely inside of a revolution. We are on international news in every channel. Al Jazeera have done a documentary. Unarmed youth are being shot. Parliament has been banned. The Chief Justice's office has been banned. Ruto gave an interview yesterday. It is now 24 hours. Ruto seems paralyzed and trapped. I don't understand what his problem is, because it is obvious even to a child that from the beginning we had issues at vetting of the cabinet, at selection of such nominated parliamentarians as Karen Nyamu. The finance bill, even from things like not just adding taxes on pampers and whatnot, but even adding taxes on wheelchairs. You know, Ruto pretty much doubled the price of gasoline. The G2G model was actually my initial suggestion at TV47. I just don't understand. Is Ruto under siege himself? Because 24 hours later, he's literally unable to say, okay, Njuguna Ndungu drafted this thing. We obviously have issues with Midika Linturi because of the fertilizer. etc., etc., etc. What is the problem? Why can't he do anything at all? Maybe Miguna can help. And I'm sure Dr. Miguna will explain that this is impunity. But especially for those of us who supported him, because this was not the agreement. This is not why we helped the deputy president then. So this is just a concern I wanted to express. And then secondly, the behavior of the police. And maybe if I could just, I'm able to get a lot of, sourcing and whatnot. So it's very difficult now to massacre Kenyans. So this is actually, last week was the safest, to take an action and to get, a proper regime change in effect. It's very difficult to massacre. The Pope has called, the UN has written, Anthony Blinken has written. There's a lot of, this is like everything he had cultivated on this image has just been lost overnight. So to massacre is very difficult. Maybe lastly, the last concern I would like to especially express to constitutional lawyers like Miguna and just people who are active citizens out here like myself and others, Cheretich and whatnot, is if he goes, which it looks like he will, let us really have a strong voice to avoid confusion, to avoid opportunism. Because what happened in Sudan, then you have a transitional, task force of sorts, then it fights with itself, then the military has to take it, then the military starts having divisions, etc. So let's put some thought into that so that then the transitional instrument gives us an opportunity to start afresh. We have problems at every level, but the good news is that they're solvable problems. Those of us who've been activists for a long time, we've been talking this language for years. We've been talking, Miguna's been talking this language for years, certainly myself. You can just go and search tweets and see. And so just to see the whole country on this page, and I have a Somali neighbor who's in the demos tomorrow. Actually, let me put it this way: I don't know anyone who is not going to demonstrations, and it just feels like we're living in another world. And the president brought this upon himself. He is still, I don't know, is he under siege? How, what is he waiting for? It's just unbelievable. But let's keep being the voices of reason. Fear has no factor in really anything. I mean, someone just dies once. And a successful country, as the guys in diaspora are saying, you travel out and you see, and you live out there and you see what highways look like, and what a city council looks like, and what a governor should be like, what a senator should be. And then you run into someone like Kimani Kuria and all these guys. I mean, Moses Kuria asked us, Chimba Kisimayako, when they are adding fuel. This is unforgivable. This is unforgivable. And so some of us were really happy that finally Kenyans are angry enough and we cannot all be dismissed as keyboard warriors. Thanks and God bless everybody. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Benji. I think Dr. will take over. Kingsman, not unless you want to say something briefly before it.
Yeah, I just wanted to put something across what was Benji was asking. I think Benji Daktari has already said that. You see, we've already rolled. So the aim here is first to get this person out of. He needs to go, and I think today we are exercising our power directly as a people. If you see on the comment side, we've put on Article 1 of our Constitution, and then they have said that there are two ways in which we can exercise our power as the people. That is through the elected members, that is the national government and then the county government. And then we can also exercise our power directly. So that is the course. I believe all of us are on the same page. So first of all is tomorrow we're exercising our power as a people, legally, constitutionally, to ensure that Ruto goes. After Ruto goes, then these other things will just come later. As someone said earlier, we are on a juncture moment. This is an historical moment. These are 1963, 1964 moments.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I will start with what Deborah was commenting on regarding bombarding for people who are in the diaspora or people who are capable of reaching the puppet controllers, the puppet owners in the Western Hemisphere. This is exactly what I said yesterday. I said, if you can reach them by email, do so. If you can reach them by phone, do so. Bombard them completely. And as I said earlier today, if you are capable of drafting petitions or drafting any instrument for purposes of bringing them and also Ruto to account anywhere in the world, go ahead and do so. We encourage you strongly to do so. It's quite effective. If you are capable of picketing or demonstrating for those who are in the diaspora, in Washington and other places, do so. Make sure the world hears you. To my friend Benji, the problem is Ruto. The problem is not his advisors. The problem are not his employees or anybody else. There was a time I spoke with a friend of his and a confidant of his. And I asked, what is the problem? Why would Ruto hire this kind of people? Why would Ruto hire Mithika Linturi or Aisha Jumwa or Moses Kuria or any of these dunderheads that would not be able to write their names on a full scap? Some of them are so drunk 24 hours that they wouldn't be able to do anything, even in the offices. And the guy told me, I asked him the same question, particularly when he appointed so-and-so. I'm not going to say the name, but the appointment was so ridiculous. And Ruto looked up to him and told him, first of all, who appointed you my advisor? Essentially saying, you're my friend, but you're not my advisor. Secondly, who told you I appointed them to work? In other words, Ruto says he's the only one who is supposed to do everything, and these people are supposed to be puppeteers who follow his direction. So whatever has happened, he has directed. Whatever has gone wrong, he has approved, authorized, and directed. He is the problem. He thinks he knows everything and he knows squat. He thinks that Kenya is a chicken coop that he can micromanage. A country is too big, too complex to be micromanaged by an individual who does not know his left from his right to begin with. Being eloquent is not knowledge, and we must disabuse him of this. A country, even if you are the most intelligent, you wouldn't have enough hours to be able to dispense your knowledge on every sector in every sphere. So Ruto is the problem. And then the regime he put in place must fall with him because he brought them up and they have failed us. So I believe I'm answering Benji in a way that we are dealing with a psychopath. We are dealing with I wouldn't even call him a demagogue. He's worse than a demagogue. There is no English word to describe Ruto right now. He has metamorphosed into something too dangerous, too complicated to be understood even by Ruto himself, as we could see when he was being interviewed. So we are past redemption. We are into reconstruction, replacement, and punishment. Unless he decides on his own just to go into exile, in which case we can also bring him back. But as it is right now, he should resign, apologize to the Kenyan people, and maybe we may forgive him after he has brought back all the money that he has looted. But there should be no reverse gear. We are moving forward. Ruto has violated so many provisions of the Constitution, starting with the Chapter 6, integrity. The integrity provisions have been peed on and defecated on. And there is nothing that we are going to do about it unless we remove him. And he's not capable of cleaning himself. So the scandals are too many to enumerate. They happen every day, and it is almost as if he does it so that you wouldn't know where to start. Because would you really start with the fake fertilizer? Or would you start with the scandal about edible oils? Or would you start with the housing levy? Or would you start with the 700 million for every infrastructural development, 700 billion for every infrastructural development that they have so that they can steal? Or should we start with Farouk and his thugs, or Oscar Sudi? What is it? There are too many to enumerate. His foreign policy is in complete chaos. He's the only African leader supporting the genocide in Palestine. Like, that's just not forgivable. He's the only one supporting the genocide in Sudan. He supports Hemdet, who leads the Janjaweeds in Sudan, because Hemdet gives him access to the gold deposits in Sudan. I mean, we can go on and on. Ruto is irredeemable.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. I think, guys, check your network because many people are dropping. Sometimes here we didn't even have cost.
Can you hear me,
So
Hillary?
yeah, I can hear you, Kumukeni. I can hear you. I can hear you very well. I don't know who's coming next. We have Mwaura, we have Mwok,
Can I just
Miriam.
I just wanna
You can hear me?
real quick, Hillary, because
Okay, go
it
ahead.
seems like we are beating this horse that is already dead. We've all agreed we're going to go take Ruto out. So I don't see how productive it is for us to continue talking about getting Ruto out when we've all agreed. So
Right.
and it keeps being pushed away, but this is a conversation that must be had. What is the way forward? We are having these rooms. It is best to use them for that, so that if there are skilled people in these rooms, they can start coordinating and organizing for that purpose. The other thing too that's not being addressed is the white elephant, the huge, no pun intended, white elephant of foreign interference that is not being addressed and keeps being pushed away when it is a very important factor in building a secure and sovereign nation moving forward. So please, if we can move the conversation towards those two things. Asante.
But Madam Host, I thought we dealt with the way forward yesterday, and I thought we generally agreed. I'm not sure what the problem is, unless somebody has another
I
idea.
can confirm your position, Dr. Miguna Miguna,
No,
you're right on this.
but I've not had any contrary
The,
position.
Then let's have a briefing of it. Why don't we have a briefing for those who didn't hear? Because clearly I didn't hear it. Let's have a briefing. What hurts in us
Okay,
having a
were
briefing?
you here yesterday?
I didn't hear a way forward yesterday.
There was a comprehensive way
No.
forward yesterday, and it's even on my X handle. Really,
I
if we are going to go back on what we discussed yesterday, we will not be able to move ahead.
so here is
There
my
is, I've
quick
even
question.
published, oh, let me finish.
Oh, okay.
I've published a 2-page document, which is on my handle, summarizing what we discussed yesterday.
I
And it,
understand that, but it
right.
still does not address the issue of foreign interference. I have listened to you, I have read it, it's still not addressing that. In fact, we continue to talk about let's do protests, let's force these foreign entities to. These foreign entities are intentionally doing this to us, so there's no going to ask
No.
them.
I think you're taking us back. Let me
Yeah.
No,
address
I'm
that
not.
once
No,
and
I'm
for
No,
all
no,
not.
no.
today.
Hold on.
Kumbukeni,
Please, Madge.
Kumbukeni,
Madge, please.
Kumbukeni. No,
Madge,
no, no, no,
no.
no. With
Madge.
all due respect, thank you, Hillary, for taking charge. Let us not divert. If you want to talk about foreign interference completely, we can have a space for that. Miguna was invited for this, and let's keep to the topic. I know that there are people who have different agendas, and they want to push them at all costs. This is not the place for it. Create a space, invite us, we're going to come to discuss that topic, in accordance to our priorities also. That was an issue that was also raised here yesterday. Dr. Miguna talked about it. And yesterday, the space was exclusively about the way forward, which Dr. Miguna actually intensively explained and has, as he says now, also put up documentation. If you have other agendas to all the speakers here that you want to fuel, please go ahead. It's a free world. Just don't do it in this space.
But
Now,
Madge,
yes.
Maj, let me put that question to rest. And I'm sorry we have to do it, but we're going to do some of these things over and over again. You're not going to address foreign or intervention or foreign interference if you're not in charge of your government. If the foreigners have captured your government and it becomes their puppet, the only recourse you have as an intelligent human being is to replace the puppet. You're not going to be able to deal with a foreigner you have no access to that is interfering with a third party you have control over. You deal with the agent or your employee you have control over. You fire him or her. And that's what we are doing. The moment we fire Ruto, which is what we are doing tomorrow, then that foreign interest or the interference will end. Because then we make sure that we don't get it anymore. We deal with the issues. The logistics of dealing with management of our foreign affairs or dealing with affairs of state will be dealt with by the National Transitional Authority together with the public and everybody else. So let's not get into these other side issues. The main issue is removing Ruto. The logistics of doing that people can present on the table. How do we get to the CBD, for example? That's a good question. Where do we congregate? What do we chant? Do we go to State House? These are things that people can talk about. How about people in other places like Mombasa, Malindi, Mandera? Which spheres, which public spaces should we occupy? These are things we can discuss and agree on. Yes, they will pour the police there, but if we are there in our numbers, the police will not be able to do anything. Thank you much.
Thank you so much, Dr. And now we move to Maura and then Mariam Rose in that order. 2 minutes each, please. Mook, I saw you. I skipped you. You go right directly after Miriam and then Abdi and then Dr. will answer your questions. Over to you, Maura.
Okay, thank you, Maj. Thank you for the space and thank you, Henry. I just have one question to Dr. It is somehow a constitutional question. Now, I knew before the 2010 constitution came into place, the president could dissolve the parliament, that he could fire the vice president, but that one is no longer possible in the new constitution. Now, Dr. Miguna, does the current constitution of 2010 envision a situation whereby, like now, we want to remove Ruto, and then he has to resign and his government has to resign? Is there an article that can take care of that? And the reason is this. If now tomorrow, if Ruto gets the heat too much and he resigns, what happens next? Who dissolve the parliament, the cabinet? The cabinet he can dissolve, but who dissolve the parliament and the governors and such? And what does the constitution say about that? Can you try to clear that, to tell me, to clear that one for me, Dr. Miguna? Because I know about the old constitution, but for this one, I don't know whether that's a situation. The constitution revision is such a situation. Thank you, Dr.
I'll jump in quickly.
Okay.
Clause 1 of the Constitution gives the citizens of Kenya power to take power and exercise it there directly from their elected representatives, whom they have donated power to under the Constitution. So which means the people can say Ruto and his entire government are fired and they should tender in their resignation. Or they can say you have deemed that they have already resigned when you occupy these public spaces and say nothing will go on, there will be no government until they vacate your offices. Those are our offices. State House is ours, not Ruto's. Arambe House is ours, not Ruto's. All government offices belong to the people, and we can tell them to leave, which is what we plan to do tomorrow. And that is done under Clause 1 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miriam, over to you.
Thank you for the opportunity. So I have three things. One, I wanted to just make an observation. Um, it's something I felt. It's a feeling I had when I was in these spaces this evening, and there was a lot of energy. I'm very empathic. There's a lot of agitation and restlessness, but it's in our favor, I should say. I actually strongly believe we shall win. We don't till 2027. Ruto and the system will be overturned, and we will be the case that the rest of Africa is going to look up to. So I just wanted to make that observation. There's a lot of energy, agitation, and restlessness in the air right now. And then as far as what Kumbukeni was asking about way forward, so how I can also state it is that what Dr. did yesterday was give us, what I hear is that there's a concept paper, it's a concept, and I like that he's actually mentioned that we need on the ground, vitu kwa ground, how will we do this? Are we meeting in City Park? Are we meeting in Uhuru Park? What are we doing? I had in another group someone suggesting we can go and sit down so that we are able to be distinguished from the people who will be maybe the goons. If they decide to destroy, we can have a plan to segregate ourselves so that we can have evidence that we were peaceful. So yeah, it's true. I agree with Kumbukeni to some extent that we need tangible way forward. So even in the event of, let's say, Ruto goes home tomorrow, who I know it can be organic, I appreciate that, but there needs to be like a clarity of sorts. It will help. The same way the paper he presented yesterday it's clear, and I'm very grateful for that. But the next step isn't that clear. I don't know whether we'll wait for it to be organic still, but I feel like if we leave loopholes, that's when we can now end up becoming like the countries we keep saying we don't want to become. Then the third thing is just, I was curious about, this one that I really don't have to answer, but I'm honestly curious why you are rallying behind Ruto. Yesterday you said it's because you knew he was weak. Were you doing it because you knew he was weak? Why did you support him if you know he's not a good person, he's a psycho? And then the last thing is, I wanted to just mention that, like I said, I'm empathic, I'm very spiritual, into the spiritual, and I know that energies are energies. You can't deny there is that part of life as well. And what me and a group of us have been doing is raising the vibration through chanting. I have a space on Twitter. I invite chant and raise the vibration, because positive vibration will also chip into the cause. It will also contribute to this cause, because positivity is positivity no matter how it's done. So if anyone is interested, just hit me up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And
Much.
yes.
Yeah, as you come in, there's a question that was asked by a lady.
I can't hear you.
Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
can completely not hear Hillary. That's okay. Somebody who's listening now is trying to tamper with the space. Please, we are going to try to find out after all this has settled. It always leaves traces. So the first thing they always do is to make sure that the host does not hear people, but the host cannot leave, because if the host leaves, the space drops. Hilary, that's why you cannot hear, Dr. cannot hear you.
I can hear everybody, but
Yeah,
yeah.
but can I just answer the lady quickly?
Yes, please.
Because I don't think she understood me, and I want to be able to be understood. And I'm not sure why, because I thought I communicate effectively. But sometimes if somebody has refused to understand you, there is nothing you can do. All you can do is try to explain, but if they refuse, I really am not bothered. Number one, and I'm addressing the
Dr. has now dropped. Hillary, kindly check on him. I just saw him drop. So, but as I put in the other person in the next person to to speak. He dropped while he was speaking, so it's not like he really, let's see how he comes back. Hillary, can you please check with him? But Miriam, I think Dr. yesterday explained why he supported Ruto, and I'm going to explain it, and then he can also come and give a summary. So according to him yesterday, he said he supported Ruto because Uhuru was trying to impose Raila as the president, and he wanted to do away with the idea of a sitting president imposing another president on us. Miriam, that was clear. So please, let us be objective. I know that is what he said. Even me, I had that question before, but that is his clarification. So once he clarifies something, I think it just saves time. When the things is clarified, we don't put him through answering again. Another thing he said yesterday is that according to Article 1 of the Constitution, that is where when that is effected, then there's going to form like a transitional committee that constitutes about 54 members from different communities. And then from that, yes, he's back. Dictatorial is trying
Dr.
to...
is back,
I
yes.
am. I'm sorry. I
Okay,
am.
Dr.
then
Can you hear me
over
now?
to you. Yeah.
I am.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead now.
So Maja was hearing you actually, but I wanted to add to the lady because some of these things are, you can't take out the fact that we are all human beings. So if somebody went to our home and bombed it and then took her from our house at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 a.m., and abducted her and tortured her for days and weeks, then took her on a plane and took her to Brazil and blocked her from coming back to Kenya for 5 years, would she support the candidate that person puts forward as a presidential candidate? Or would she try to remove that person that did all these things to him or to her and then blocked her from coming back to the country? And add to that, that person sedated you and you regained consciousness in London. You regained consciousness in London. You are dead for 8 hours and came back to life in London after 8 hours. Some of these questions are like Ruto yesterday. In fact, people who speak like that to me, I consider them pathological psychopaths, just like Ruto. Because it's like you don't want me to behave like a human being. How do you have the audacity to challenge my choice of trying to replace the people who did this to me? Because I'm a human being. They did this to me. And this person who did this to me had declared, and their supporters like you had declared, that if they won the election, I would never be able to step onto the soil of Kenya. I would only come back as a corpse. So let us be honest with ourselves. Let us be objective. And above all, let us try to exhibit some humanity. Because I know many of you have never been tortured. Many of you have never been abducted. Many of you have never been locked up or locked up of the country. To be locked out of your country for 5 years is worse than being jailed at committee. And many of you have not and will never go through that. And yet, I did not surrender. I did not go to Uhuru and say, forgive me. I did not do what Raila did, go and get money and keep quiet. And I've not kept quiet up to today. You owe me a thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you so much.
Actually, thank you for clarifying because I'm not against you. I always follow you. It's just good to
No, Miriam, can
have
you please
back so
proceed?
that when I'm able to
Miriam, okay. You're muted. Okay, Maj. Thank you so much. Maj, there's one question I think Dr. didn't answer. There's a lady came here called Tabitha. She asked about when she was mobilizing youth in Sia County, and then one was shot and being scared and everything. I don't know. Can you retract the same question, Doctor?
Yeah, I can.
Oh,
And the answer is the same answer I gave to Nyaradwen. Every circumstance dictates a different response. If you are many and you are capable of overpowering the person who is doing this, you should be able to do that. That is the responsible thing to do. If you are few and you have no capacity to stop the person, record the person, let us expose the person, let us unleash our youth on that person. When we are able to deal with Ruto, replace him, reconstruct the state, we will be able to punish that person legally. But for now, those are the only things that we can do for now.
Thank you, Dr. Guys, when you get to the mic, only 2 minutes so that at least we can consider the over 100 people who need the mic. I'd queued in Mook, but please, I'd forgotten MC Wakili and Paul. So they go first and then you come in as number 3. MC Wakili?
Thank you very much. My senior Miguna, thank you so much for sharing your sentiments. I appreciate. And of course, my condolences go to my fellow comrades and the families who are bereaved and those who are in hospital. I wish them a quick recovery. On my end, I must register my support to the Gen Z and of course the rest of us who have been in the forefront fighting and exercising our rights under Article 37 and now under Article 1. And I concur and agree with my senior Dr. Miguna that we are under Article 1, we have the power for us to exercise governance directly. And I think for me, I would want to really rally our support. I have been on the streets myself. And one thing that I want to urge us, even as we focus on going back again tomorrow, is that let's continue doing what we've been doing. Guys have been live all through. Information is power. These demonstrations have been unique in that I saw a lot of people online, and they were online all through. Use that and make sure that we broadcast this. Let's empower ourselves. Our forefathers, our grandfathers fought. The Mau Mau fought the white. They fought the resistance, and they were able to succeed. But unfortunately, the one who took power are not the Mau Maus. The Mau Maus are still suffering. We are on the streets and we are fighting. It's only us who should be on that seat. Let's not give up. We can't let this go. We have to push and push and push. So I'm here to rally on all of us. We need all hands on deck. The professionals, all of us, even I myself will have matters tomorrow. I don't want to appear in those matters. I want to be on the streets with the rest of us who are branded criminals to fight. This is our chance. Let's go for it. But thank you. Viva. Sante.
Thanks so much for keeping the time. Paul, over to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I had this question for Miguna. So basically, my question was, okay, what other strategies can you employ apart from other strategies of protest that can be employed? Since you know very well, I think, yes, the protest can definitely get Ruto out, but as he explained, as he has explained about the type of person that he is, I think there has to be more strategies of protest that have to be employed. And what other strategies does he think that can be employed apart from just normal occupying different areas, public spaces and stuff like that? Because let's look at it in a scenario whereby he can just decide that, okay, you guys can occupy the space, maybe do whatever he does, people go back home, and then probably you can't, how can that be sustained over a certain period of time, in a sense whereby it's very effective? So I think there should be other strategies that can be employed. So what are those strategies that does it think, apart from the normal protest that we're doing where people walk, that can be employed in order to be more effective?
Thank you so much.
Maj,
Yes,
if I
please
could.
go. Yeah.
You see, we've come up with our strategy, and the Gen Zs have done the strategy. They've gone onto the streets and occupied it, and it's been effective. It's worked. It's worked since the French Revolution. It's worked over different epochs in different countries. So if you have a strategy, put it on the table. We have a strategy that is working, and you are saying that there could be other strategies that could work. Yeah, so we are going to. Somebody is interfering.
I've muted the person. Kindly proceed. Kindly proceed. I muted the person. Dr.
I'm saying this is the strategy that we have. This is the strategy that has worked over the centuries in different countries, different continents. This is the strategy that has worked in Kenya since 2 weeks ago. So there is no reason to adopt another strategy. If you have a superior strategy and you think ours is inferior, then you better present it to the people. Ours is working. Present yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul, I think at this point, really, they said never touch a running system if it's running now. I think we leave that to that. We leave it at that. Mook and then Abdi.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Mook Nyabinda, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Otherwise, Abdi, go.
You can hear me?
No, he's talking, Marge. He's talking.
Okay,
I
then
can
I'll
hear
have to
him.
log out and go
Okay,
and
you can hear me
come
now?
back again. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. So, hello everyone, and thank you again for organizing this space. And thank you to Dr. Miguna. And I think we should be the 10 million strong. There is no doubt there is a lot at the stake and wrong in our country, and people are angry and frustrated. It's our duty to speak up and to go to the street and to fight for our rights. Kenya has been facing numerous challenges for sure, and that needs action. As we said in this forum many times, there is an economic hardship. The cost of living has soared, making basic necessities unaffordable for many people. We have even to increase our remittance to meet that gap. Corruption has been rampant within the government and has really drained public resources. Mismanagement of public funds and lack of accountability have perpetuated our culture of impunity. Human rights violation, increasing reports of police brutality and suppression of peaceful protest have violated citizens' fundamental right to express their grievances. And definitely there is also the inequality gap, the rich and the poor, that continues to widen. We need a change in leadership that prioritizes transparency, accountability, and well-being of all the citizens. We are committed to social justice, 100 million strong, and we go on. Viva.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Abdi. And Daktari, thank you so much for being with us here. I would take it differently from the one question that keeps on coming. I think we have already the solution and we are not going to address it again. So if you're coming to ask way forward again, and yesterday we went through it, we will give the mic to other people with other questions. So Mok, you'll go. Madge, I hope you can hear me.
I can hear you now.
I can hear you. I can hear
Yeah.
you. Paris.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going through we are not going to address that question that Doc answered yesterday intensively. So people that are going to take us back or maybe divert our conversation, we are not going to give them the mic. We drop you from the mic if you're going to take it on that aspect. And it's not going to be like it's rude. It's going to be like you want to go forward and you keep on backtracking us unless you have an ill motive. So Husam, you'll take the mic. And then Marge will continue from there. Me, I'm here to back you up. So carry on. You're doing a good job. And Daktari, thank you very much. Husam.
Yes, thank you, Daktari, for being here with us today. We really appreciate your time. Hilary for hosting the space and the co-host also. Now, mine is just very briefly to thank you, Daktari, for giving and guiding us with a very clear and concise method and way forward. I think there's a lot of noise and many distractions with regards to the discourse which is currently going on. You know, there are very many diversionary discourses which are currently being propagated at the moment, and we really appreciate that, Daktari. Daktari, my other question, possibly if you can guide us also, is in the peripheral towns, in towns like other towns like Mombasa, which do not are not where the parliament is not domiciled in. What is the most advisable course of action for the small towns and which are not the capital? What can we do? Just briefly, if you can guide us on that. And Santeni Sana, if everybody can turn up tomorrow, I'd like to wish all Kenyans very happy Mandamano, and condolences to everybody who has lost their relatives and to our foreign comrades. Back to you.
Maj, thank you very much. Let me be brief. I think Kenyans have done us proud in the last 2 weeks. They have held protests everywhere. Protests have been held. I have videos of even little children who probably are not even 10, singing in the villages, Ruto must go, Ruto must go. So it's caught fire and it's everywhere. Let's make it that way. Those in Mombasa know where to congregate and protest in the loudest terms possible so that they can be heard. And we let it be organic the way that it's been. They will choose where to go, where to hold protests, how to hold the protests, and then they will go and come back. If possible, if it was possible logistically, the most effective way would have been to occupy one place in the CBD and not leave for the entire period until Ruto falls. And then this becomes a big celebration and more people come. More people can even come from up country. But we leave it to the Gen Zs on the ground to decide whether that is what they are going to do or they are going to do it one day at a time. We are not going to prescribe anything because they have said we are leaderless, they are leaderless, they are structureless, they are tribeless. And so far, it has worked like magic. So if it is working, you don't interfere with it. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay.
Sorry, Maj. Let me just add something on to Hussam.
That's all right. That's all right. Over to you.
Yeah, there's something Hussam is going on around from the bloggers. They are trying to claim that Mombasa is giving each and every demonstrator 1,000. It's a wrong narrative. If you're in the space and you've seen that, it's a lie. Hussam, you know how Mombasa is working, and I don't see anybody that has actually sponsored any demonstrator. So if you see that kind of post, just write it fake. There's nobody that is funding. There's no tribal the way it is going, no leader, and that's it. So keep that spirit, and tomorrow, one team strong, a million strong. Carry on, Maj.
Thank you so much, Be Real, and thanks for really emphasizing that we should keep on track and remain, discussing, relevant things and not a repetition of what was done yesterday. So I underscore that, and we proceed. But did Mwok already speak, or because if he spoke, then we go to Rosemary. But should you want to say anything anytime, Be Real, feel free to just open your mic. I'll see that, and you able to just proceed.
And Margie, could we close it soon? Because I think going on too long is also not
okay. So
counterproductive.
Shall we close it at the end, at the top of the hour?
I believe so, so that
Okay.
people can also rest and
then
go.
I'm so tired.
Thank you.
Okay, so KOT, it's good that you got the mic. So because we are closing at the top of the hour, unfortunately, we're not going to add more speakers, but we are going to discuss with Hillary and Dr. to tell us when we're coming next, and then we're going to, have a next session. So Rosemary.
Thank you so much. Can you all hear me?
Unaona mtu ni nambari 5, unajua yeye ndo yuko kwenye mtima wa beki. Yes.
Hello, can you
Gay.
all can you all
Yes,
hear me?
Rosemary.
Yeah, there was some interruption, but now everything is all right. Kindly proceed.
Thank you so much, Marge and Hillary, and Biril for doing this. And Dr. Miguna, we salute you. I'll take only about a minute because you guys are stopping, and I want others also to get a chance to be able to speak. I have been on the X Spaces for a long time. Marge, Hillary, you remember all that. We were in the doldrums. I mean, all of us have gone through this. We're very proud of the Generation Z. Now, Dr. Miguna, I sympathize with you. I pray for you on what you went through. I can tell you, even your enemies did not like what happened to you. Well, all of us, we are not boarding. That is one of the hashtags that we've used. And why am I bringing it up? Probably this is not said enough. Some of the good points that you've brought up, we must applaud them. But some of the negativity that you've also brought up, we must also say. One of the negativity, and probably this may be personal, and really it doesn't matter. It is important to also take valid criticism. Sometimes you come on very strongly, and your language sometimes leaves a lot to be desired. So I'll just stop at that. But having pushed the Ruto narrative because you were unhappy with Uhuru and this and that, and he was imposing another leader, this is not neither here nor there. And it's not a question of, you're going to either now say all negative things because I've said this. No, let's just we are all brothers and sisters, sote ni wa Kenya. Whether you live in Canada, I live in the US, nyumbani Kenya is home, and we are very proud. Now, let me come back to some of the very...
I think we lost Rosemary there. But now next is KOT. KOT, go on. You attended a very important event today. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. I hope everybody can hear me clearly.
Yeah, loud and clear. And thanks for representing on the ground.
Okay, fine. My real name is Marvin Mabonga, and I like to introduce myself with my official name. Is KOT speaking currently. And today at around 8 p.m., we gathered at Kahawa Wendani stage to remember and honor our fallen comrade by the name Mike. Just few days ago, Mike had buried his father, but only to face an ultimate death from a police bullet in Nakuru. So, because we gathered there, and of course, Mike was not just a friend or a brother to us. He was a warrior fighting for the freedom and rights for our country. Of course, his commitment to justice and his unwavering courage serves as an inspiration, because on that day in Nakuru, Mike has been working here in...
Move a little closer to the mic, please.
I'm saying that on last week when he was protesting in Nakuru, Mike was shot dead and he received 3 bullets where he couldn't make it to the hospital. He was pronounced dead. And of course, we lit the candles in his memory so as to keep his spirit alive and to remind ourselves of the work that still needs to be done. His sacrifice, of course, will not go in vain. And at the moment, as the Gen Z, we say that may his soul rest in peace. So aside from what we have done in Kahawa and Dani, I tried to reach out to a few members who knows where Mike was from, and I've been trying so much to reach out to Akina Hanifa, who promised to actually help in contribution of funeral and all the plans. Unfortunately, they don't have their contacts and they cannot access them on social media because probably they have a lot of...
I'm sorry to do that. God,
Okay.
TOT, I'm sorry, forgive me. we really had a guest, and I'll address you differently, like separately on this. Kindly allow me. We need Daktari to wind up so that we can close with Daktari, and then you can have A or B. So if you don't have a question, I'll allow you to stick on the mic. But if you
No,
don't have a question for
no.
Daktari,
Hold on, please be real. Kindly,
yes.
I think he is looking for ways of having the compensation, or there was a money that was being collected, and
There was an
Hanifa stated that they cannot pay out without reports from the post-mortem report, so probably it's about the process there. So I would like to encourage you, KOT, to really just check with Hanifa. She made a post there so that at least they can be able, if there are any questions we can clarify. You can also just inbox me so that we can follow up on that. Is that fine,
Yeah, that's
KOT?
why I said we do it differently.
Okay.
That I also have the contact, and then we'll try to address it differently so that we don't have to hold up Daktari. That's why I wanted him to
Okay.
hold it
Thank
up.
you. Back to you.
Is that okay, KOT? Are you okay with
Yeah,
that?
sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure. There is
kindly.
no harm actually.
We'll help you out in that, and then so that the family can be compensated because the money was already out. We just need to wind up with the people with questions so that we can release Daktari. He's been here for a while, and we want to respect his time so that when we invite him again, he can actually come back. So if you don't have a question, I'll take it from here kindly. If you have a question, just give me a hand up. But if you have a comment, we'll take it after Daktari has left. Can we all agree on that? So if you have a question, give me your hand up. Moses, take the mic, and then Kingsman. Moses, kindly
Thank you
go
so
ahead.
much. Thank you so much, Marge and Hilary and Beryl, for this opportunity. It's been so long being in the spaces. But I've actually been following the conversation since the onset of these peaceful demonstrations. And so far, we've seen how it started peacefully and to the violence coming in, causing a lot of chaos and a lot of unnecessary saga. So the only thing I really want to direct to Daktari, it's based on a letter that actually also has been making rounds online. And still in regards to the letter, I want also to maybe get clarifications on maybe what can be done. I remember last demonstrations, there's this thing that is really going on, and I feel it's really time that we come and address it. And even as those that will be marching for the peaceful protest tomorrow, we really need to be to stop any violence at all costs. Because I remember last Tuesday, within the group that you are marching into town, there's this group of just unknown people that were even throwing stones to the police officers. And these are the kind of people we are trying to talk about. Is there possible ways that these people can come and they be identified? And how also can this double speaking from the government, even sponsoring goons, be brought forward so that these people also be brought to book instead of having the entire demonstration thing as violence? Yet they are the people that at the end of the day have organized such troops. And lastly, how possible, how valid is the letter that is really coming from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution that is so much talking about applying the full force? What really happens to the perpetrators? What really happens to those that are already victims to this? And with the letter, is it really valid? Is it really constitutional that such statement would come at this particular time where other families are mourning, others are nursing injuries caused by the same police officers? Because all we know, it is the same officers that caused all this havoc in the streets, and nobody, a civilian, really came and shot a peaceful protester if it's not the officer. And then now this is coming to be. And finally, I'm so sorry, Dr. Miguna. I've really followed up your conversation, and I totally agree and understand with your take on coming and standing with us, which I'm so thankful and so grateful about. It's been a lesson to most of us. And I would also kindly request, I know at some point we were not together in one party and you ended up blocking me. Kindly, I would really request that you forgive me on that so that we all flow in the same course. And I'll be also updated on your information that are so impactful that you share on your space. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So, Kingsman, your question, and then Dr. Harry will close.
Mine is not a question.
Okay,
Thank you,
go
Mark,
on,
for
go on.
that.
Yeah.
Mine is not a question; it's just an update on. I've seen there are numbers that have been updated. Anti-finance bill protest: 39 killed, 361 injured. Deaths in Nairobi: 17 was in Gishu Eldoret, that is 4. Nakuru 3, Mombasa 3, Kajiado 3, Kisumu 2, Laikipia 1, Narok 1, Kakamega 1, Kisii 1, Siaya 1, Kiambu 1, Nandi 1. Enforced or involuntary disappearances 32, arrest of protesters 627. So I just wanted to bring that up to speed so that when Daktari makes his closing remarks, you can maybe comment on that.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Daktari.
Thank you very much, Maj and the other co-hosts, and thank everybody else who joined the space. The struggle continues. I will be quite brief. Regarding the goons that have been hired or that just joined because they are criminals, they want to loot, I think the best course of action, there are two. One, use your cameras, use your phones, take pictures of the people that are implicated, and let's use our spaces to be able to expose them and hand them over to the public. So that's number one. And or hand them over when eventually we have an accountable system to a system and a process that can bring justice to the people. Two, if they are few and you are many, overpower them and stop them from doing what they are doing. Yeah, just overpower them. Tie them up, leave them in the streets. That would be a punishment to them. Because, and of course, you take their pictures too. So those are the only two things that you can do with respect to these thugs. You can't distract from what you are doing to address the issue of the thugs. If they are not stopping the demonstrations and they are simply looting, but they have left the roads open for you, keep on marching. Don't be distracted. Keep on marching. Don't leave what you are doing to go to attend to things that you are not responsible for. Because you are not law enforcement officers, and the ones we have are goons. Number two, the issue of the issue of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the letter that purportedly circulating, if it is genuine, should be ignored. Completely ignore any letters, whether it is from the Attorney General, whether it is from the Director of Public Prosecutions, whether it is from the IG, whether it is from Ruto, just ignore it. You are the bosses. Power is in your hands. There is nothing they can do. They cannot arrest 54 million people. And those who are arrested should contact the LSK. I am glad that the president of the LSK, Ms. Odhiambo, has been very active, very supportive of the popular revolution, and has had hundreds of advocates there to assist anyone that needs assistance in court. Let's utilize that goodwill 100%. I would like to encourage everyone to remain peaceful. I would like everyone to be together. I would like everyone to dress distinctively in black, in white, in green. And I hope that we are going to achieve what we have set out to do. Viva, good luck, God bless you.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for finding time to be with us and also heading up the squad and the team to make sure that in the morning all of us on the road and doing something. And if you're not ready to die, just remain in your sleep. If it's not a joke, but also let us be peaceful as much as we can. Let us be together as a team. Let us have everything that is possible. Let us small flags is being coordinated. Some people will have flags in town, Nairobi. Then the team will share those small flags are very, very key. That one keeps you. And whoever doesn't have uniform, and come to capture you, that is a thief, that is a thug. Don't allow a civilian to arrest you, because you pay the taxes for those people to be in uniform. So anybody who doesn't have a uniform, that is a what? That is a tag. And I think that's the way to go. And I thank you so much, guys, for being here for that.
Actually,
download.
Hillary, that point you're making is very, very important. Because
Right.
I don't think Kenyans understand this. In the West, all over the world, arrests can only be executed by people in uniform. There is no arrest that happens with people who are wearing civilian clothing. Anybody purporting to be arresting someone and they are not wearing uniform is committing an abduction. So those are not police officers as far as we are concerned. We had Ruto saying they are police officers. They can investigate. Those are undercover. They can investigate as undercover, but they cannot execute an arrest legitimately. Thank you very much, Hillary, for raising that.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for always being vigilant. And we want to assure our people that we said yesterday, these are our conversations that will never stop. We're going to plan with Daktari when, again, we are coming to address people this week or weekend to make sure that this conversation is going on. And let us have information wherever you are, which county you are. I know now, Migori, Wargangari, I can see Oma Bay, I can see Nyeri, people are Meru. Everywhere I can see everybody saying that we are ready to go, and some are not even in a sleep. They are in overnight, burning the night here. We're just waiting to get to the road. But make sure you're in a group, you're in a team, and be ready, guys. I want to I want to be relevant today, but I know you guys gonna kill me. I want to close this one, then we can have open mic. What do you think?
Hilary, yes, please let's kindly proceed to close this space, because this was Dr. Miguna's. Like he was addressing this, and then you can open if you can open an open mic for those who want to come on in.
Chime
Yeah,
in.
and thanks
Okay.
everyone. Yeah.
All right. Thanks to everyone. Thank you. I'm doing open mic. Kingsman, thank you so much for good job. Be real. Thank you, Marge. Thank you, everybody who spoke. Everybody who was in a mic. Everybody. I'm doing open mic that we can have open mic where we can just chime in till morning, and then we get to the road. I know it is now 11 p.m. and yep. We need to take dinner. Take dinner, man. I'm also want to take some dinner here, but we're gonna do open mic for us to at least chime in. Thank you so much, guys. Keep it alive all the time. Here at Hillary Connection Twitter time. Make sure you follow each other all the time. All the time. Be safe. Be in a team for us to keep this conversation going on. Keep. Be brothers keeper. Follow each other. Follow hosts. Follow co-hosts. Follow. Look left and right. Follow each other. Let us build this community together. We are alive. Thank you so much. See you in the next 2 minutes for an open mic.